Let's put our living stereo stylus in this groove.
Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way, way. It's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way, way. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what these superstars think about the APT. Santosh, welcome to the APT. I know you're playing the 25K Superstar. What is your impression of the APT so far?
I'm having fun. I have a low stack now, only 15 BB.
Well, if anybody can spin it up, it's going to be you. Tony, is this your first time at APT?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far about the APT and the event?
It's pretty good. Got a lot of friends playing my table. So
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to play an APT for like 15 years, and finally the schedule's worked out in a way where I can make it to this one for the high rollers. So
playing here has been great. I have half a starting stack, so can't say I'm having too much fun in that sense. But the table is like everyone's playing quick, everyone is friendly. Yeah.
this is like my first event. I've had fun. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
One min cash, and now we're playing the high roller, so hopefully I get good luck today.
It's amazing, great. Everything is well organized. People are very friendly.
Will we maybe see you in our future events? Maybe Jeju APT?
Yes, of course, yeah, in the future.
If I got a time, yeah, I wish.
definitely I'm going to try to make more in the future.
And if you want to catch the high stakes action happening here at the Superstar Challenge at APT Taipei, make sure you check out our live streams on YouTube and Facebook.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT.Poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, Six Poker, aka Eric Lai.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Elfin， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meet Up Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Nation A 的 Team Heart 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有人真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？那你跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like it.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩的。
Hey, Michael, sorry, why are you playing so tight in this game?
Because I'm a need. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人家清了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩得开心，感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Nature A， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 Six Bet。
你下一站 APT 济州岛会在哪里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in 济州。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League, and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Let's see what these superstars think about the APT. Santosh, welcome to the APT. I know you're playing the 25K Superstar. What is your impression of the APT so far?
I'm having fun. I have a low stack now, only 15 BB.
Well, if anybody can spin it up, it's gonna be you. Tony, is this your first time at APT?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far about the APT and the event?
It's pretty good. Got a lot of friends playing my table, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to play an APT for like 15 years, and finally the schedule's worked out in a way where I can make it to this one for the high rollers. So
Playing here has been great. I have half a starting stack, so can't say I'm having too much fun in that sense, but the table is like, everyone's playing quick, everyone is friendly. Yeah.
This is like my first event. That's good, yeah.
1 min cash, and now we're playing the high roller, so hopefully I get good luck today.
It's amazing, great. Everything is well organized. People are very friendly.
Will we maybe see you in our future events? Maybe Jeju APT?
Yes, of course, yeah. The future.
If I got a time, yeah, I wish.
Definitely I'm going to try to make more in the future.
And if you want to catch the high stakes action happening here at the Superstar Challenge at APT Taipei, make sure you check out our live streams on YouTube and Facebook.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT.Poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, Six Poker, aka Eric Lai.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Elfin， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meetup Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Nation A 的 Team Part 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有人真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？赶紧跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like him very much.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩的。
Hey Michael Soiza, why are you playing so tight in this game? Because I'm a nit. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人家清了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩得开心，感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Nature A， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 Six Bet。
你下一站 APT 济州岛会在那里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in 济州。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mix events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Very warm welcome to this glorious day here at the APT Taipei 2024. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai in the booth, and tonight we are closing out the super high roller here at the APT, going all the way from the 27 remaining players from day one down to the winner. There you have it, an incredible 137 entries, another record broken. What a surprise. 27 players remaining, 20 of them make the money, and we of course go with coverage all the way down to first place, which is going to be an incredible 9 million Taiwanese dollars. That's $287,000. Those are the prizes from the other way up. 16,000 USD for a 10,000 USD buy-in. That's the min cash at 20th place. And of course, work your way all the way up to first, second, third, fourth place, and we're talking six-figure scores in USD. You can see 106,000 for fourth place, 129,000 for third place, 195 for second place, and that huge almost 100 grand heads up going to 287,000. Now, Stephen, we've had the pleasure of covering some huge events at this APT. I'm thinking of the Superstar Challenge yesterday, $25,000, that was a buy-in, but almost a similar prize pool thanks to the amazing number of entries. What a great turnout.
I know, man. And a lot of the players from yesterday that we watched, the Superstar Challenge entries, they also played this event.
Indeed, some familiar faces. Mike Takayama perhaps being the most familiar, considering he is chip leading the tournament today.
Lovely. I like him. He's actually an all-round good guy, and, you know, no doubt a very accomplished poker professional.
One of the best, a bracelet winner at the WSOP, two-time APT main event champion, and now clearly has reached the big leagues, playing super high rollers, superstar challenges, and doing exceedingly well at them.
Vincent Huang, another high roller regular in Asia. Flop is ace, queen, jack, monotone.
We will, as usual, be introducing you to all the players, but if I could bring up something of note already, I think we're seven-handed at the moment. 7 flags. What do you know? Talk about diversity here at the APT. Japan, South Korea, Belgium, New Zealand, Philippines, Netherlands, and Taiwan, all being represented just at this feature table.
Oh, there he has it. 4 high flush. Well, ace high flush, strictly speaking. It's developing into a... There's a lot of tension for such a small pot, actually. Only 5 big blinds in the middle. Pairs up the ace. Checks again from Takayama. Would be kind of difficult on the pair up board to get too much value because he's got the ace. Makes it very unlikely that Takayama has an ace. What is he going to get paid for?
Tricky start to the proceedings here. Certainly difficult hand to navigate.
Decided to bet 50% of the pot. Mike Takayama is getting... Oh, no, he's folding. I was just about to say getting 3-1 to call. Has to be correct 25% of the time.
There you have it. 8 flags now. Oh, excuse me. Still those 7 I mentioned. And there we go, Mike Takayama at the top of the proceedings. Co-chip leading of sorts with the high roller from the Netherlands, Jans Arends. Shortest stack on the table is Thomas Boyven from Belgium. I believe we did see him in the Superstar Challenge just yesterday as well. In the middle of the pack, Chi Jin Chu from Taiwan.
Known as Justin.
Known as Justin, indeed. You did mention Vincent Huang from New Zealand. We also have Sangju Hyun, I believe, from Korea, also in the middle of the pack. 1.8 million in his stack. Starting stack was 250,000 chips. Levels go fairly slowly in terms of increment, as you would expect from a super high roller. The average stack starting out the day, I believe, about 38 bigs.
Mm-hmm.
Started with that on no?
9:35. I don't know about you, Steven, but I'm still recovering from the double header we had yesterday with the Superstar Challenge, and then, of course, the final table of the APT National Cup, which had 2,300 entries. 2 very distinct formats, 2 very distinct player pools, and 2 very, very distinct final tables in terms of the creativity of play. Wonder what we have in store today. Somewhere in the middle, maybe.
Now, this is going to be more like the Superstar Challenge, I think.
Well, don't disappoint me like that, Steven. I'm holding out hope. The kind of things we saw at the National Cup, I think some of these Superstar high roller sickos need to start incorporating.
I think if they want to keep playing the high roller circuit, they should refrain from that.
Could probably get a lot of action if you get caught on stream pulling some National Cup moves.
It's quite true. Good morning, Justin Fairbanks from Ottawa, not Vancouver. Thank you for reminding me. He's telling us, just like yesterday, everybody who busts this final table immediately gets in the shuttle to the other venue for the other high roller.
And the other high roller, Steven, do you know what it's called?
No.
The Baby Superstar
Oh,
Challenge.
is that right?
Also a $10,000 buy-in.
So is there an age restriction?
Well, always in poker. We don't want to encourage the sub-18-year-olds, but apart from that, it's all the same. You just have to pony up the 10K.
Justin, always impeccably dressed.
Just want to make sure it's...
Okay, thank you. Yes.
King, queen, 10 on the board. Not exactly the flop you want to see with pocket sixes. Still the best hand at the moment, though. Hirokazu from Japan decides to start telling his story. Certainly the flop favoring an under the gun open. One big is the bet. Gets it done. Just one big blind. And so it begins, Steven. The micro betting.
Micro-sizing, yes.
The high roller micro-sizing. Why bet two when your opponent will fold with one?
Probably wouldn't have worked last night.
Did you go to the wrong room or?
No, I just woke up late.
But I did speak to Jason
Was there a
after
good reason
the
for waking up late?
stream last night. He was delighted and very excited. Quite glad. Like you said, you know, he's a bit of an enabler. Such a big score, you know, just gives you that kind of confidence you otherwise would not have.
You're referring, of course, to the winner of the APT National Cup. I believe his score by the end of it would have been maybe 68,000 USD and some change. That's
a bit more than that because he also won the 10%.
Oh, that's right. I think it went up to the above
72, I think, yeah.
And let's not forget, $300 USD was the buy-in for that. So the old 250x return on your money. Incredible scenes here. We're, I think, doing the math, 5 days into this festival. It's the longest one yet, APT Taipei 2024, going until March 10th. I think this is our 4th day of streaming out of 11. We're very glad to have you here with us.
Can they see the cards? Can they see the cards on the strip? I don't know, actually. They should be doing something. Yeah, yeah, they can. Yeah.
776. Justin's ace high is actually good. But decides to fold. So we have Mai Takayama sitting with 59 big blinds, leading this table. Would it be Jans or Yans, do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wouldn't want to assume. Our apologies. We will ask him on the break. For now, I suppose I'll go with Jans to be safe.
Let's go. Right behind Mike Takayama with 56 big blinds. Justin, the representative from Taiwan at this table, is sitting with 44 big blinds. And the shorter stack still has 22 big blinds. Plenty of play.
And while we do apologize for not being 100% on how to pronounce Jan's name yet, I should say, let me just point out he has 5.6 million in lifetime earnings, 3rd on the Netherlands all-time money list.
Who would be the first then? Lex?
Not sure. We can look that up.
Sorry. Justin decides to defend his very big blind against a cutoff open. Flop comes King, Jack, 4. Ace 10 still ahead. Not much to continue with. Justin, that is. Likely to get a fold here. played 5 hands already. And we've been here 4 days. The festival has been going on for 5. What do you think about the vibe so far?
Absolutely brilliant. No surprise there. Attraction has amazed even me, even though I've come to expect the APT going from strength to strength when it comes to player turnout, the number of events being spread. We're exceeding 100 at this festival, by the way, ranging in buy-ins from $200 to $25,000, all kinds of mixed games. And really, it's the buzz and the atmosphere outside that's amazing. Shout out to the event going on today, by the way, the one that's always exciting, the Mystery Bounty, is coming up on, it's in the money zone. I think 100 players have made the money out of over 1,000 that kicked off this event. The top prize is going to be 70,000 USD. Once again, that is just an absolutely incredible, life-changing score for someone, but also the fun of Mystery Bounty is involved.
Did you know what the top prize is for the Mystery Bounty? The top bounty is?
Yeah, let me look that up. It's always something massive for the top bounty, and
the
of
top
course
bounty is over $1 million Taiwanese dollars.
Oh, there we go.
That's 50 times the buy-in.
That's about 31,000 US dollars. That's over maybe just under half the top prize itself. And somebody's going to be walking away with that. Greg goes all in, by the way. Along with Elfin, will be pulling the envelopes.
Oh, I was going to say, did he make day 2? I haven't seen him today yet. How is that boy? Man.
Crushing it, as always. He did cash yet another TikTok boom last night. In case anybody's curious, those are some fun events we have at midnight every day.
In case anybody's curious, I rolled my eyes. That man needs to sleep a bit more. That's why I rolled my eyes. He works too hard and plays too hard. And last night, another trophy for Hong Kong. Chan Lok Ming was the winner of the Juice 7 single draw. 3 players made it to the final table from Hong Kong. Anson Zhang, who is still in this event. Color Wang. And our friend Chan Lok Ming.
Hong Kong is performing well. I really do believe we should have an Olympic-style medal tally, or in this case, APT trophy tally, at the end of the series. Let's pitch that to maybe Ray Chu, our marketing manager here. That's what the APT is sometimes all about, bringing Asia and the rest of the world together. Again, should point out, this is the Asian Poker Tour, but just look at this table: New Zealand, Netherlands. We have somebody from the Republic of, and I'm going to apologize, this is the toughest country in the world to pronounce, but Spirska, the Bosnian region.
Got it.
And Belgium, of course, Thomas Boyven. Jan's in the hand from the Netherlands. And Mike Takayama from the Philippines. Spirska? I want to get that right. If he ends up on the feature table, the player from there, I will take training from him.
We still haven't worked out Jans or Yans yet. A step at a time, eh?
Step at a time. Whatever the pronunciation might be, does have the best of it for the moment.
Thomas puts in the bet. There's a 2 big blind bet. Got a smooth call from Jans. Tens comes a 6, which is very favorable to Jan's small blind. Now he has a pair and an open-ended straight draw. The river pairs up the 6.
Jans can consider going for extremely thin value. Thomas is likely to be happy check behind. If it's check to him. There we go. Just knows where he's at. Targeting exactly the kind of hand Thomas has, or perhaps 2 overs that want to get sticky.
Micro-sizing again. 25% of the pot. Got snapped by ace high. Should be happy.
By a pair of 5s, we should say.
Oh, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Ace kicker.
It's as good as ace high, really.
Pretty much ace high.
Just kidding.
But you do feel a lot more compelled to call there because, I mean, Giants could be, every once in a while, value betting a worse hand. 5 with the worst kicker. Could go for a 10 value there, similar to the pocket 7s.
3-4.
So just to reiterate about the mystery bounty, by the way, you mentioned a 30,000 bounty that's going to be pulled.
Top bounty, yep.
Top rank bounty. There's usually one of those, but of course there's a gradation of many of them. 69,000 up top. What we didn't mention is the buy-in. Any guesses?
Well, I know is 20,000 Taiwanese dollars. So how much is that in American?
Just 650 US.
There you go.
100x for top prize and 50x just for the bounty.
So potentially it could be, you know, if the man who, or the woman, the winner could, if he takes both.
Do you do both?
That'll be
100k.
It's not just sick, is it? It's just
I mean,
improbable, inconceivable.
Go buy some scratch cards as well then. Oh, here we go. The ace-10 off, 3-betting from the button. Not respecting the early position open of the player from Korea. Sung has the goods here. Big slick. Stack size is a bit awkward perhaps. 41 bigs. Let's not also forget that we're only now 6 players away from the money. Could be factoring into the decision making here, but Ace King is just so strong. Throws in a time bank. That buys you a minute, by the way. The shot clock otherwise is 30 seconds.
I think there's a case to be made to reduce variance by 4-betting. Just taking it down free.
And when you do 4-bet, are you committed to calling it off?
With Ace King, yes.
With Ace King with 40 bigs. How's that for reducing variance?
Yeah.
All you can eat.
I think that's one thing that people often overlook, which is, you know, your aggression actually reduces the variance because you get so much full equity at a certain stack depth that you know, sometimes you don't want to flip, you just want to take it down. Every big blind is precious. Every big blind is great. Every big blind is sacred.
Well, if you remember, I sort of taught this concept to Greg that I learned a long time ago. That if you steal the blinds once every orbit, you can never lose the tournament. And it blew his mind. He hadn't thought about it that way. But not to be trite, it just goes to show that blind stealing is essentially sometimes what a tournament comes down to. That's what makes it exciting as well. So the spillover into the Baby Superstar Challenge has begun, Stephen. Double-digit entries now for the 10K. That's running in the other venue. Chinese Mahjong League is the name of the venue. 5 minutes away, I believe you said it was?
Yeah. And there is a shuttle bus that leaves every half an hour between this venue and the other venue. Very straightforward.
45.
40, 45?
45.
45. Fold.
Oh, there he is, Philip Wang from Taiwan. Thank you for tuning in on Facebook. 你好啊，钟情哥。Welcome. So good morning, well, good afternoon from Taipei. The time is now, the local time is now 10 past midday. You are watching the Super High Roller event of APT Taipei 2024. Set to be a record-breaking series. Last night I was chatting to the tournament officials and realized that day 2 of the main event will be split between 2 venues because there's simply not enough tables.
It's going to be massive. We broke records last year, filling up the Asia Poker Arena, needing to use the feature table and start out action 10-handed, if you remember. And of course, the management has made sure that does not need to happen again. We have an extra day of streaming thanks to the number of entries we expect. This is going to be big. 2 million USD is the guarantee on the main event.
I remember that series very well. I wasn't in the booth, I was out there. And I remember I made a lot of big folds in the high roller events. You know why?
Why is that?
Because the queue to rebuy was too long.
Wow. Meta game. Lester Enoch on Facebook saying best of luck, Mike Takayama. Very nice to see Lester in the chat. Unfortunately, Lester got quite unlucky coming runner-up to Elke in the Superstar Challenge, but what an incredible performance that was. Elke taking it down despite being a 6.5 to 1 dog in the heads-up chip lead. Lester, nice to have you here, and no doubt wishing his fellow countryman Mike Takayama all the best to take this one down.
Thank you, Philip. Thanks for the nice comment on Facebook. Praise redacted. Yeah, speaking of last season, that was last series in Taipei in APT 2023. You know, I was down to something like 12 big blinds, and I saw the queue for rebuy was so long. I just thought, I'm not folding. Oh no, I'm not busting. I'm staying because I don't want to queue anymore.
That's fascinating. I wonder if others thought like you. Should be a standard continuation bet on this ace-8 deuce board. Chance takes another one down. Likely now co-chip leading. Well, almost. It's almost matched the stack. We essentially have 3 big stacks here. Plenty of blinds. Thomas the only one in slight danger. Sub 15 BB. These guys know how to wield stacks that are pretty much any depth, but certainly very, very studied. Short stack. There's a lot of moves to be made when you are in the sub 15 big blind range. A lot of 3-bet jamming ranges that no doubt these top pros have memorized. And indeed, I feel more than memorized. I think to an analogy like chess, you can memorize a lot of openings and lines in chess, but really sometimes where you gain an edge is you actually adapt those ranges to your playing style and of course to the playing style of your opponent. So it's almost like you know the optimal solution, the GTO solution, and then you deviate based on your best understanding of your opponent's tendencies. I'm thinking back to some of the folds we saw Elke make yesterday, which we perceived as a bit tight. Certainly not optimal on paper, but well, look how that worked out. Elke shipping an incredible $370,000 in the Superstar Challenge. And his first APT trophy.
There you go, action flop. An ace and a king. Blind versus blind. Friend from Japan here has top pair. Decides to lead. Hard to forward king here.
Another diamond makes the board a bit more dangerous for just the naked king. Hirokazu does have that tiny diamond. Should give him a little bit of comfort. He's out of position. 23 bigs. 2 SPR. I suspect he might want to exert a little bit of pot control, see what his opponent does. A bet here would effectively commit maybe 25% of his stack if he goes for a decent sizing. Bet he does, but he goes small. 2 bigs. Only commits 10% of his stack. He gets insta-called. Tough to think about live reads at this stage, but the insta-call. And look at this! Value betting on the 4 to a straight board with the flush out there. And it's correct to do so. It's not even a tiny, tiny block bet. Just over 1/4 pot. Chu did insta-call on the turn. Usually a sign of weakness or drawing. Sure, he's well balanced. Does not give his opponents anything to read into, but on the surface at least, since we can see his cards, does seem to be in line with his holding. It was pretty weak on the first level, as they say, to the extent that these players are not reverse telling. Usually it's like trying to tell your opponent, hey, I have something good, that's why I'm instantly calling, so you might not want to bet again. Hirokazu has not obliged and has somehow made a value bet that's making his opponent consider an absurd hero call. Or is he considering raising it up? Let's think about his card removal in terms of whether a raise here might make sense. Does not block diamonds, so his opponent could have diamonds. 9 is a straight blocker, but a queen, of course, would make the bigger straight. Wisely decides to let this one go.
Very sensible.
Oh, there we go. We've just been told that the Guess the Winner form has been pinned in the chat. It'll be up all the way down till we reach the final table. So 25 players remaining. Do have some time. Guess the winner and free money on the table on Natural 8, thanks to our sponsor Natural 8. For now, the pinned comment helps you sign up for an account in case you don't have one. Come on, guys. Can't be watching the APT stream and not have a Natural 8 account. #1 destination for online poker in Asia.
Another low flop here. 8-6-4, 2 diamonds. Justin hits his middle pair versus the big blinds queen high. Donking from the small blind. Queen high smooth calls that one big blind. Turns comes a deuce. Justin must be happy. Middle pair, second pair even, with a flush draw now.
Should be the end of the hand. Not too much to fight for. There we go. Let's go. Justin, by the way, from Taiwan, Chu on your screen. 1.2 million in lifetime earnings. Extremely accomplished. Within the top 10 on his country's all-time money list with the APT Taiwan. Going from strength to strength, I suppose there's going to be a lot of competition here with these incredible prize pools. His biggest live cash, by the way, 120,000. Which means if he can climb all the way up to 3rd place, could exceed that today. There's the award-winning APT trophy, and this is what is being played for here. The super high roller champion will get that sexy beast. And unless it is going in the direction of a local Taiwanese super high roller, once again I must remind our audiences that I personally insist that the winner book a separate seat for that trophy on the flight back. What do you think, audience? Does that trophy look deserving of a separate seat? More shoutouts from Mike Takayama on Facebook. I can only assume, Stephen, Facebook is still pretty big in the Philippines.
Oh, it's massive. And Taiwan too.
Has lost its sheen in a lot of countries around the world. Good to see it's still useful. People have moved on to Instagram, haven't they?
In terms of the meta kind of ecosystem, yes.
And people don't even realize WhatsApp is meta. And we're all reliant on that. So the players are standing up because there is going to be a bit of a table reset, because as you can see on the top left, we are now down to 24 players. our feature table, which was relatively full, is going to remain intact with just the additional seat 1 being filled. So we're going to have 3 tables left of 8 players each.
Do you know redraw final 2 table? Maybe
No redraw.
Just final table?
We said just final table.
Yes.
In case you did not hear, the question was any redraw once we get down to the final 2 tables after this? The answer is no. We are playing down till the final table from this point on. So seat 1 finally filled, joined by the new player from a new nationality. What do you know? Singapore. Wu Jun Hao. No surprise, since he's playing the super high roller, extremely accomplished as well, but perhaps in terms of all-time earnings, relatively newer to this scene, 600,000 or so in all-time earnings. A massive 130,000 best life cash. In the top 10 of the all-time money list of Singapore. Frequent presence at the APT. I suppose it would be Chun Hao Wu. My apologies. So there's the crew. No table redraw means these guys are playing down to the final table. It's time to start familiarizing yourself with your opponents as much as you can. Maybe even look them up on the break to the extent you haven't overnight. See what you can find about their tendencies. Is that something you're in favor of, Steven? Just doing as much research as you can? Or maybe you come in fresh, don't let that stuff get to you, and just take each situation as it comes? Which way do you lean?
I am quite lucky because I get sent all sorts of information when I play. Yeah, I've got nosy friends.
Have you ever seen that show QI in the
Yes.
UK with Stephen Fry as the host? So all the researchers are called QI elves.
Yes.
So you have your own poker elves.
It's true. Stephen Fry and Vicky Corin as well, another poker player.
Oh no, it was taken over by Sandy Toksvig. But Vicky Corin, I believe she hosts a quiz show called Only Connect. But yeah, I mean,
Wasn't she on QI as well? No? Okay.
She's a guest often on
Okay,
QI.
yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
right. She's a very famous UK television personality, and I believe the first person, not just woman, the first person ever to win 2 EPT main events. Extremely accomplished poker player, and I've heard her talk about her various careers in terms of what she identifies as the most. I believe she said a writer, perhaps. She's a great broadcaster as well. Excellent ambassador for poker.
She's a good writer. Met her a few times, actually. All-round good girl.
You know what's funny is she often appears on Would I Lie to You?
Yes, that's a good show.
Where, of course, her now husband David Mitchell is one of the hosts.
It's very funny.
And given her live poker skills, especially in her early appearances, she was very cocky about reading when people were lying, and more often than not, bang on. Like,
Do you think that was scripted?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because you know what? I don't think she'd be that arrogant about it. Because she was like, can't you tell this man is lying? People don't talk like that because people aren't confident, super successful poker players in that show. So there you go, in case you're wondering how reading live tells can influence you in the real world.
Are you advocating poker learning as a life skill?
I mean, don't go around check raising people. They might not understand what you're doing, but every once in a while.
Oh, I
it
get
pay
check
off.
raised all the time in real life.
Any Would I Lie to You fans in the chat, by the way? That show has really picked up globally.
Because they post the whole shows. The shows are shown on YouTube, right? Unedited. Well, you know, edited, but no, not just highlight reels. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen it on TV.
Oh yeah, of course. YouTube is the way to go, but I just bring that show up again because I just think it's so appropriate to poker players, and when I watch that show, I have some live poker experience. I don't think I do better than 50-50, I have to say. It's pretty tough sometimes to tell when somebody's lying or telling the truth on that show.
David Mitchell is an excellent comedian, and so is Vicky Corin, actually.
Oh, look at this, Steven. A surprising call. The suited ace opened the cutoff. Jans, who's been extremely active, takes that ace-5 off, the classic GTO hand we've been joking about, turns it into a 3-bet on the button. Joe actually continues with his relatively short stack, decides to peel a flop with the ace-6 of clubs. Absolutely whiffs it, with the exception of that backdoor club draw. And a fantastic flop for Jans to continue, with the exception of the fact that it's so connected. 2 diamonds. He doesn't block any of the cards that his opponent would continue with. Question is, fire now, or maybe consider a delayed c-bet. Goes with the latter option. And hits a pair to boot. And now the real game begins. Justin has air. He's looking at the board. Certainly smacks his cutoff open and call a 3-bet range. Does not go for the bluff, not yet anyway. And Jans, who I have a feeling would have leaned towards a delayed c-bet, which is to say a continuation bet on the turn instead of the flop, now checks behind, now that he's caught the pair. Gets the check mark at the end as well. Justin knows that with Jans checking behind twice, he's likely to have some showdown value, and Justin's ace high is likely no good. That's exactly why he reaches for chips. He's going to have to make this a hefty bet. Goes half pot, those green chips, 25k a piece. Very interesting situation here for Jans to think his hand is good. He needs to give Justin credit for doing exactly what he is doing, which is to say turning something like an ace high, maybe even a small pair, into a bluff at this stage. Thinking maybe 3s and deuces. Because a hand that had decent equity, like a flush draw, a straight draw with a 10, perhaps would have chosen to bet the turn. Yeah, he lets it go. Could not come up with enough combos he could beat. He had to call a half pot bet. You have to be right. 1 out of 4 times to do that. Did not think he beat 25% of the combos that Justin was betting with. Poker is tough sometimes.
Sometimes?
Sometimes you have a few big blinds and
it's usually tough, I think. Well, that's true. Sometimes you only have a few big blinds and, well.
And sometimes you're playing midnight TikToks where the levels go down to 2 minutes. And other times you're playing super high rollers where you're buying in for $10,000 for the privilege of playing against the best of the best. And of course the privilege of trying to make $287,000 up top.
Which doesn't happen to me very often.
By the way, if you are interested in finding out what's happening at the outer tables, make sure you go to the website apt.poker. The live reporting team is crushing it as always in keeping us posted. We should mention about who all came in today, not just on the feature table, but rather the entire tournament, leading the chip stack. Mike Takayama, who is indeed on the feature table, was #1 in chips, but not too far behind was a global superstar who we had on the Superstar Challenges yesterday. Isaac Haxton was in 4th place. Not too much difference between 4th place, 3rd place, and 2nd place in chips. Chance Aarons, of course, also on the table. And Wayne Hyung from Hong Kong. Speaking of expanding chip leads, Takayama in position to do exactly that. Top set against the 2 overs of Sun. No action. Bit disappointing. Sung apparently goes by, how would you say that, Stephen?
I'd call it art.
Art?
Arte.
A-R-T-E, it says on his hand and mob. 2.5 million USD in live earnings. #5 on South Korea's all-time money list. Looking to almost match his best ever live cash today. Suited king on the button, standard open. These are the kind of hands that maybe the average Joe tournament player would think twice about, but super high rollers simply know what parts of the ranges they have to open, and unfortunately run into the aggression of the short stack. Thomas knows how wide Vincent will be opening. Queen jack off, good enough to get it in. Fantastic 3-bet jam.
And also a 9 big blind stack. Queen jack off is pretty nice. Got caught as well.
Wow. How's that for advanced poker? Vincent knew he has to open. Thomas knew he has to jam. And Vincent knew he had to call it off considering how wide Thomas will be jamming. He's actually ahead. Not anymore. A jack on the flop, but also a 5. All kinds of outs. Some back doors. Obviously the 2-pair outs. That's none of them so far. A king or a 5 only now for Vincent to knock out Thomas. And a king on the river. 4 away from the money.
Cruel.
Cruel way to go for sure. Bit of a roller coaster, that board, but of course, Thomas, consummate professional. So we lose someone on our feature table. We're down to 23. The man from Belgium will not be adding to his mighty impressive 6.7 million USD in total live earnings. GG, sir. Hopefully on to the next one. The next one being the baby superstar. Same buy-in happening at the other venue.
And let me remind the viewers, our viewers, that we are 3 players away from the money. This event pays top 20. We're down to the last 23.
Some of the other notables out there. Tony Lin, fan favorite now. Made the final table.
Wayne from Hong Kong. Wayne Hyung.
He was one of the chip leaders, Wayne that is, coming into day 2 today.
He also played the Superstar Challenge.
And
a regular at Triton.
Punat Punsri. Thailand #1, APT All-Star, main event winner of this series last year. And of course, a great ambassador for the game.
Just slightly lingering on about Wayne Hung. I still remember the days when well, actually he asked me about sit and go strategy. $5 sit and goes.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I'm here, and he's also here.
That is incredible. Look how far they've
We're
gone.
both in Taipei, as far as the similarity goes.
Justin in chat mentioned with respect to the mystery bounty how last year in Vietnam someone both won first place and got the top 3 bounties. I did not realize that, Justin. Thanks for the info as always, but can you imagine what that would do today? I think that would take your total up to 120,000 off a $650 buy-in. Hirokatsu makes the comfortable value bet. 8 high hits the muck.
So it's going to be a busy day at across the 2 venues because today is the Sunday Super Stack event. I can see a lot of Facebook posts and Instagram posts of people saying, yep, best value event of the series.
Almost $1,000 buy-in, guaranteed for 2 million Taiwanese dollars. I suppose that would be about 60,000. There we go, 60,000 USD. But given the traction that you're mentioning, let's face it, just like every other event, I suspect the guarantee is far exceeded. Some of the other events today, the ones I love shouting out, $227 buy-in for a no-limit single draw mix. Are you ready for this, Steven?
Go on.
Badugi, Ace through 5, Badesi, Deuce through 7. This is all single draw. Badusi? Wait, that's different? Badesi, Badusi? Well, if you want to find out, at the low entry point of $227.
Don't even know what that game is.
Then there's a Hyper Turbo. It says double board single winner, $250.
That's a fun game, actually.
And look at this, $162 buy-in later on today to close out the night. Just a super Hyper Turbo, win the button. It's like a home game.
So I think top of my head, the strategy for that game will be jamming the first hand and try to keep the button forever.
Well, I'll make a commitment. If somehow we wrap up the stream for this incredible super high roller, my tribute will be to fire the super hyper turbo, win the button, and report back tomorrow.
And I fully expect our production team to put up my winning photo tomorrow on the stream. If or when I win.
I like it.
This event.
Gotta be optimistic.
Well, no, just being realistic.
Oh, and we forgot about the coup de grace. The main event, Flight A,
yes,
is live. We are now officially live with the main event. 82 players have signed up already. 2 million USD is the guarantee this time around. Absolutely fantastic amount of money that we suspect will get even higher by the time we have all the entries in. It's a 2200 USD buy-in. And Steven has made a bold prediction. A bold prediction.
Probably incorrect.
Probably incorrect, but a man can hope, of 3,000 entries.
Have you noticed sometimes I predict stuff and sometimes I set a line?
Exactly. The difference is when you have money on the line, not as optimistic, but let's just say even half that amount would be absolutely amazing and record-breaking. Just for some context, I had the privilege of being part of APT Taipei 2023, record-breaking event as well. Punat Punsri, of course, was the winner. Over $350,000 was the first place prize. I suspect we will be beating that today. Or at the festival, I should say. 1,434 entries for that one. So like I said, even 1,500, half of Steven's prediction, would be record-breaking. These, mind you, are the largest prize pools ever given away on Taiwanese soil in poker.
Justin is hitting board after board. Top pair.
In comes a continuation bet. Justin's chick. Oh, I thought he said all in for a moment. Excuse me. The mask is muffling his speech a little bit. The continuation bet is standard on that king high board. Justin with a 33 big stack. The kicker, the 7, it's not the highest, would make himself a bit too vulnerable by check raising. Goes for the flat call. Extremely safe turn, state the obvious. You can simply check. His range is super wide after calling out of position on the flop. Hard draws possible. Straight draws possible. Can represent all of them. Instead decides to donk on the turn. Does not want to give his opponent a free card. Knows it was very likely for Sung, or Art, I believe as he's called, check behind. But has Justin opened himself up to getting raised here? Wow, he's certainly considering it. Uses a time bank, and these are precious, by the way, Steven. 5 are given until we reach the final table. So you know this is not Hollywooding for no reason. He has the key ace of hearts. Decides to just flat for now. If a heart comes, which it does not, I'm assuming there were some plans of representing the nut flush. Also thought that perhaps the ace high could be good. Now with the queen coming in, the ace high frankly simply cannot be good. Justin.
Queen of clubs makes it quite difficult to bluff as well.
Indeed. Justin now has kings and deuces with a queen kicker, so he's not as worried about his opponent having a better king. Of course, ace king would still be better, but apart from that.
King queen.
King queen as well. King 9 as well, technically. Might have heard from those hands in a different way already, but certainly this bet gets the job done against the ace high.
Go Justin. So he is a regular kind of Taiwanese high roller, but kind of not the super high roller level, not quite Triton, but he plays a lot of the high roller events in Taiwan. And one of, I would say one of the best recreational players from Taiwan.
1.2 million in lifetime earnings, as I was mentioning. Top 10 in the Taiwan all-time money list. Looking for a huge score after coming in first and collecting an APT trophy at Incheon in one of the single-day high rollers. Graphic is stuck on mic, but yeah, well, there we go. He does raise up ace-3 off under the gun. The table is full, which is to say 8-handed. That is a very loose open, and Mike has had enough. He's had a big stack for a while. Hasn't opened a hand in a while. Doesn't actually go all the way through. Chance, who lets it go. Wow. Mike is here to play. Ace-3 off, frankly, an easy fold under the gun, but Mike makes it work. We are, of course, approaching the money bubble, which is probably one of the reasons Mike is loosening up there. 3 players remaining till the money bubble. The money bubble is $16,000, 20th place onwards. Certainly no laughable amount. Small return on your 10,000 investment. How aggressive does Takayama want to be? How much does he want to use his big stack? If we can generalize amongst the Filipino players, Lester Edok yesterday certainly knew how to put his stack to work when it came down to it. Wonder if Takayama comes from the same school.
He was a dutiful chip leader.
A dutiful chip leader. With great chips come great responsibility. Certainly lived up to that. Takayama, of course, not an out-and-out chip leader as well. But doesn't mean that gumption will not get you far. For now, defends the big blind with Queen Jack off. Good timing to not get too wild. It's dominated. And continues to be dominated. King on the flop. Tricky, tricky, Hirokatsu. Checking behind and no doubt regretting it. That one card you don't want to see comes on the turn, the ace of clubs. Check again and a runner Broadway. Mike Takayama makes the unlikely nuts. That check on the flop by Hirokatsu has been absolutely punished by the poker gods, and now he's gonna think he has too much of a hand to fold. Blocks the Broadway as well, insta-calls, laughs it off, but bit of a misstep, and look at the big bet he had to pay off as well. Ouch.
Too much.
Players settling in. 3 away from the money. Let's see what strategy Mike has from the small blind with king 3 suited. Starts with a limp. Vincent flops best. Jack 3-5. Takayama does have bottom pair. Would not be surprised to see Takayama lose some chips here. Blind versus blind. Any pair is going to look pretty strong. $150 of you in chat, by the way. Thank you for joining us. That's just on YouTube. About the same on Facebook. Very pleased to have you here to see some top quality super high roller action as our streaming coverage leads in to Natural 8 events tomorrow, main event a few days from now. As always, would really appreciate if you just hit the like button real quick. Helps us promote the game, promote the stream to the algorithm. And also just say hi in chat. I'd love to hear from you. My name is Bidar Singhu. Some of you may know me. I'm from India. Any Indians in chat? Kafai saying Stephen Lai called sick leave. Not at all. Should be in the booth in about 30 minutes. Just stepped out momentarily. Gotta strike some deals, make it rain. Hand goes fairly standard. Jack takes it down. And the new player on the table, Chun Hao Wu from Singapore. It's down to just 7 bigs. 3 away from the money. Does have the lowest hand and mob all-time total, as I mentioned, so not to extrapolate too much for anybody buying into a $10,000 tournament, but wonder if making the min cash is on his mind more than most. Justin reminding me that Chun was the guy who got kings in the big blind and knocked out 3 guys near the money bubble on the way to winning the Superstar Challenge in Incheon. So I suppose that answers my question. After winning the Superstar Challenge, maybe min cashing not the priority. That was good for 134,000 in Incheon. APT Incheon, by the way, in August, an extremely successful festival. But just so you can compare, $134K first place was good for. That's about 3rd place at this event. $287K up top for the winner for this super high roller. At the moment, Vincent trying to give himself the best shot to be exactly that. Mike opened the suited connectors. The 3-bet from the kings could be tempting. 240 to call, 560 in the pot. The hand is the aces and kings cracker sort of hand. 7-6 of diamonds. In a cash game, an obvious call perhaps. Oh my! Goes for maximum pressure and insta-call. What a misstep. Sometimes you can just see these situations brewing. Mike had been ramping up the aggression, but just decided that Vincent would be folding such a huge percentage of his range near the money bubble. Pocket Kings is not going to be in that percentage. Oh my, there's the open-ender. Ironically, the ace and the flop and the open-ender could have let Mike wrestle the hand away anyway, and the king doesn't actually change much.
Makes it worse.
Makes it worse, they joke, in case the open-ender comes in. And mercifully, the 9, not an 8. Mike has stepped into it here. We have a new chip leader, ladies and gentlemen. Vincent rocking 78 bigs thanks to the donation there from Mike. The 4-bet jam with the 7-6 of diamonds on the button.
5,000, right?
Putting maximum pressure 3 away from the money. Certainly a 4-bet without going all in could have accomplished the same thing. Not maximum pressure perhaps, but surely would have looked scarier. I think Mike realizes he has burnt a lot of extremely valuable chips. Needs to center himself. Consummate professional. Absolute veteran of the game. Doesn't seem too bothered, even in the close-up. Surely lots of thoughts going on inside his head. Jatin in chat says, wow. Wow indeed. I'm tempted to take a look on the APT website. The stream is not spoiled by the live reporting thanks to the excellent coverage. But I am curious now if Vincent is the tournament chip leader. Also taking a look at who else is out there. Isaac Haxton, the end boss as we've been calling him, still in the mix. Man, the diversity is just unbelievable. Lots of players from Hong Kong, but looking at sort of those single flags, Malaysia, Lithuania, South Korea, of course Germany. We had Leon Strum yesterday, Martin Sedlak today. The Netherlands, that's on our table, of course, Jan Zerens. Ike from the US. Alexandros back in the mix from Greece. Fired 2 bullets in the Superstar yesterday, bit unlucky. Ran into the cooler, the runner from Danny Tang. Putting those chips to work already. Over 80 bigs now. What a great spot to be. Essentially ensuring that he cashes, to say the least. Yeah, my best guess, Vincent is the tournament chip leader. 80 bigs is just a monster stack at this stage. The average bigs are actually hovering closer to 30. When the blinds go up, but the players stick around, considering we're reaching the money bubble, the average bigs go down. Hirokatsu contemplating, I suppose. Yeah, there we go. He jams it in. Again. Pretty interesting. A7 off with his hefty stack. You just sensed that Chance was opening pretty light. Chance wasn't that light, frankly speaking, but risky play works out. Sometimes you just sense these things. Chance had ace-9 suited, but the size of the jam just made him insta-fold. What in the world is going on this table? These guys are making some moves. Sometimes in the case of Takayama, they backfire. Clearly, Hirokatsu is someone to look out for. Still undeterred. King 8 suited being open under the gun. I think he just wants to be table captain despite having half of Vincent's stack. That's just his style. One of the most accomplished players on this table, at least in terms of lifetime earnings, over 5.6 million. One of the best from the Netherlands. Takes this one down. You're not going to have Hirokatsu 3-bet jamming A7 off every time. Gets it through. Recovers what he lost in the previous one. Stab, stab, stab.
Alright, super high roll of the final day. Blinds are up now. 30,000, 60,000, and 60,000 for antique. Once again, blinds are up. 30,000, 60,000, and 60,000 for antique. Round number 19.
There you have it. Blinds are up. Ten deuce apparently is enough of a hand to think about in the small. Nah, smile and give it up. So chat, my request for hitting the like button got ignored, and it's okay, I'm used to it. But perhaps more importantly, I want to hear from you. In case you know any of these players, personally or from following them, always looking for some insight and stories. The relatively known faces, the Mike Takayamas, even the ones we just mentioned in terms of being global superstars, the Jan Zarens. I get it. But some of the more unknown players, in particular I want to know more about Hirokatsu if we have any Japanese folk in the chat. Just love his table presence. Also seems to have same name as super famous martial arts Kado teacher. I think that's appropriate. Balder. And we will have a situation here. What a time to pick up pocket kings. With this tiny stack right after the blinds went up to 30,000, 60,000. Finds the kings and will get the call from the big stack, who will barely notice the dent. Three away from the money. Needs the kings to hold. Jack on the flop. Gives those extra outs. Two more jacks now. Could create the upset. Always spicy. Here comes the diamond.
Never easy.
Never easy indeed, Jun. He's taking it well, and the 9 is safe.
235.
Jun looking to repeat his performance at the previous iteration of this event, then called the Superstar until we upped the buy-in for the Superstar to 25,000. Did come first place in Incheon a couple of festivals ago. Up to 10 bigs now. Takayama now second from the bottom after that 7-6 suited misfire. Nice little close-up of Vincent. $1.3 million in lifetime earnings for Vincent. Australian-born, although does show up as New Zealand on our flags. We'll get that clarified. Biggest live cash could be exceeded were he to convert this. 222,000 is his best life cash. First place today, 287,000. UTG open with ace-queen off. 10-9 off is certainly a comfortable hand to defend the big with. Pretty much one option here. There we go. Let's go to the flop. It's an interesting one. Queen high with the backdoor spades. So Sung in complete control, but just enough equity. That gut shot to the queen high straight for Vincent might keep him in the hand. The sizing is 1/4-ish. Makes a lot of sense. Has so much of the board locked. Wants to keep his opponent in the mix. Considering his opponent has plenty of chips to work with. And the bet is 1.5 bigs. I suppose a gut shot cannot fold yet. Well, how about a check raise? 1.5 big bet. 4.2 big check raise. This is the micro-sizing Steven's always talking about. Sung has a decision. Call or 3-bet the flop. Does he think his opponent has something strong enough where he could get all the chips in the middle right now? Or is he even worried about a better hand? An awkward 2-pair perhaps. Certainly possible when it comes to the big blind range. Maybe even a set of 5s. Yeah, he goes for it. Wants the hand over with. If you have it, you have it, is the mentality. Vincent still has plenty of chips though. So one more elimination, and then we will have hand for hand. 2 away from the money. It's a decision sometimes taken by the poker operations staff so as to make sure the game doesn't slow down too much. And for hand actually, even though it seems slower, speeds it up because people aren't looking at the outer tables and tanking or out tanking each other. Uh-oh. Ace-Queen versus Ace-Jack. The chip leader is the one with the Ace-Jack in the blinds. The cutoff opening range is going to be wide, and if the players have been noticing, Jazz has been opening super wide. All of that leads up to Vincent jamming, and now Jazz has 32 bigs. This is not an easy decision. 3 away from the money. Good thing that he would be flipping at best. Maybe his opponent is doing this with Ace-10 suited, Ace-Jack suited, Ace-Jack off. Likely one of the few hands that Ace-Queen dominates. If he had fewer chips in his stack, this would be easy. Up to 20 bigs, I suppose he'd just feel committed. Is his opponent 3-bet jamming something like an Ace-King that dominates Ace-Queen? Is his opponent jamming Queens, Kings, and Aces? Certainly not. A 3-bet would be so much more likely. He's pained by this decision. I frankly think he can solve this puzzle. The only question is if he's willing to flip against the 7s, 8s, 9s of the world. And he's not, and he lets it go. That is a funky turn of events. The Ace-Jack off. Getting the Ace-Queen off to fold thanks to pure aggression and being close to the money bubble. Yunchu in chat says bubble pressure. Indeed, indeed. This is exactly what Takayama was trying, by the way, is instead of 3-betting, 4-betting, just put your opponent to the test for all of it. But I do think bubble pressure is a bit different at this event in particular. You're talking about super high rollers that have put up 10,000 USD. Yeah, you don't want to get out, period. But I think min cashing is less of a consideration. So that typical bubble pressure you might feel after a long MTT, a big field MTT like the National Cup yesterday, it's a bit different. Vincent, understandably, after getting that Ace-Jack through, doesn't know he got a better hand to fold, but no lack of pep in his step. Big stack on the button. The bullying has begun. The Queen 4 off takes it down. As the big stacks like to say, I wish the bubble would go on forever. Chan's getting busy again. We don't know what he has yet. By far one of the most active players on this table. Just made that big laydown. Just the ace-7 off this time. Ace-10 for Mike. Does he respect the early position open? He does. Tricky spots leading to tricky outcomes here, close to the bubble. And we do have my partner in crime back in the booth. Welcome back, Stephen.
Hello, hello, hello. The queue to the toilet was very long.
Oh, here we go. Hikazu finds the ace-queen off. So Jan's open does get punished.
You know, he looks a bit like Stephen Merchant from The Office.
Oh, yeah, I see it. It's certainly tall enough.
So I welcome myself back. Sorry that I had to deal with a few things. And I see comments on YouTube looking for me. Yes, I'm here. I haven't called sick leave at all. I'm here.
They're just trolling you, Stephen. Come on.
Oh, no, no. I'm just trolling them back. Oh, I take it and I give it. Don't worry.
Dish it out.
It's one of those things I kind of had to learn when I went to boarding school. You know, it was, despite, you know, like people think, people fantasize about an expensive education in the UK. It's not Shakespeare or Dickens you learn. It's how to bloody troll other people.
That's right.
And how to bully and be bullied.
By the way, Kings once again. Jun found Kings when he was down to like 4 bigs. Now post double up. Trapping with Kings on the small blind. And Justin is eyeing his stack. A very, very obvious case for limping Kings here. He wants somebody to put that bubble pressure on him. And 9-6 off. How aggressive does Justin want to be?
Well, 16% might seem like a low number, but we've seen a lot of 16% winning yesterday. So you never know, do you?
Well, how about 96% now for Jun? But it's going to be tough to get any value here. Checks again.
That's a pretty sexy check.
And
probably
surely
the only way to win another penny of Justin.
Exactly, and in come the pennies. 9 high. Getting converted into a bluff here. And by the way, once you started checking on this 8-4-4 board, there is simply no merit to raising. Pocket Kings will likely remain the best hand against almost all the hands you're ahead of. And those you want to continue in the hand. Does go for the raise, unfortunately. This is pretty much just hoping your opponent has an 8, but an 8 would likely get some more action on future streets anyway. Just trying to be tricky here. And look at this, gets the float from the 9 high.
This is what I was talking to Greg about yesterday. Check raising on a paired board is so common that Justin just thought, well, that's a standard play that you do. He's going to be in trouble with the 6 here.
This is all happening off a 7 big blind stack, mind you. Ironically, Jun is probably not loving life right now. With the 6 coming in, of course, his opponent could have a 4. And he stays all in. And such a tricky situation now that Justin's got the 6. Is the 6 worth anything? Makes the call. Was hoping he was ahead of something like a 6-5, 6-7 perhaps. What a way for Jun to find a way to likely get the full double up here. Needs a 6 for an upset, but apart from that, the man from Singapore is going to be right in this.
For 1.1 million chips. That's a big pot. The Queen doesn't do anything. And that's a full double up. Up to 17 big blinds now.
How did he get the full double up there? That was incredible. He got his opponent to float 9 high off a check raise on 8-4-4. Catch the 6 and pay it off. Well done.
Sometimes it's almost magical, isn't it? Some of the lines.
That really was. Sometimes it's as though your opponent can see your cards and they play you perfectly. In this case, they could also see your tendencies. They saw that you would float on the flop with 9 high and check raised you with a nutted hand.
And if the cards weren't showdown, I'll go down the conspiracy route of a glitch in the RFID system.
That's how good these guys are. They have us questioning our fantastic production capabilities.
Justin is a very, very experienced high roller player. He understands the variance, I suppose. Hand number 35. Picks up another reasonable hand. Queen 8 suited. So what have I missed in the past 15 minutes? No, we're not in the money yet. The money bubble bursts when we are down to 20. So we are 3 away from the money. Justin flatting King 9 off from the small blind. It's a 3-way. Flop comes Queen 3, 3. Wu hit top pair. Probably will get paid 1 street. Hey Justin, don't steal my thunder. I did tell. I did answer the question. ITM is 20. Turns a 9, which is going to be a bit of a troublesome card for both Justin and Jans. Welcome 200 viewers on YouTube. End of the day at the APT. You are watching the Super High Roller event. One of the major events at the APT. Alongside the 2-day High Roller event closing and the main event. I'm Stephen Lai. I'll be alongside my co-commentators Greg Goes All In and Vidu Singal. Will be bringing you all the action from APT Taipei 2024. And no, Lau Cafe, I don't complain about my voice going. And my voice is doing actually okay. Despite doing a little bit of shouting post-work this morning. I have to say, Saturday night in Taipei is it's a bit busy. River comes an 8, 2 pair for Wu. Diamond draw got there. Kind of irrelevant. Justin bets again from the small blind with his second pair. Got called. Get the bad news. back-to-back hands. Justin can't be loving Wu so much right now. Vincent Huang, 63 big blinds. Chip leading here. Could someone tell me what happened to Mike Takayama? Was there a cooler hand that knocked him down the perch? Justin, you're my man. Give me a hand here. What happened to Takayama? Not long ago, he was still the chip leader at this table. I'm guessing Vincent took a large chunk of chips from him.
125.
25.
As usual, thank you for watching. Extra thank you for liking and subscribing. Wu is on a heater. Ace King off from the cutoff. Double checking his cards. Jams 23 big blinds. Tough one. Gives up. 3 pots in a row. I think that's something that's quite different in live poker, because the number of hands is a bit lower than online. So when you win 3 in a row, people at the table will think, you know, that the dynamic is a little bit different. Almost kind of fear, maybe not fear isn't the right word, but you almost kind of are more concerned about players who are on a good run. Oh, thank you, Philip. So Philip Wang gave me the update of what happened with Mike Takayama's stack.
140.
So Vincent doubled up with pocket kings, did he? Well done. Thank you, Philip. We are getting very good numbers on Facebook as well. 178 views. Welcome. 谢谢你啊，钟景哥。I'm very glad actually that my Mandarin is improving slightly every time. Small increment. Grinding it up to be as good as who should I compare myself to? Maybe one day I'll be as good as Zhou Jilin. Back to the hand. Jan's open from the button with Jack 9 off. Got 3 bet by Vincent from the big blind. King Queen suited. He takes it down pre. Oh, I didn't know that Facebook has live caption. That's kind of useful.
He's close. We're close. A decent hand. Maybe I call. Maybe.
I guess we need to train the live caption robot to understand poker terminology a little bit better. Because when I said Vincent took it down pre, it came out as Vincent took it down pretty. Hello Keanu, welcome to the stream. 大家好啊 Keanu， 我係 Stephen Lai 啊，你好嗎？你好嗎？ Mike Takayama with Jack 9 suited folds from the button. Opens it up. 3 point something X pre-flop from the small blind.
Alright guys, we have been noticing the watch guys very close to the super high rolls event. Don't forget the bubble guys.
Not the easiest combo to defend. 8-5 suited, 2 hearts.
Alright guys, 22 players. We will go half the match.
And when I was walking around the venue earlier, I saw players started their main event journey. Day 1A is in full swing. Justin Fairbanks could give me the numbers. I wonder how many entries so far. Last time I saw there were 4 tables playing the main event. Day 1A. Jans opens again. Pocket 8. King 3 suited from the small blind is not the best hand to defend. Queen 4 is not to be either. Easy takedown for him. In the blink of an eye, we are on to hand number 40 of this Super High Roller event. Vincent Hung still leading this table with 66 big blinds. Makes it look easy. I think if you put a prompt of ethnic Chinese young poker professional into Mid-Journey, it's quite likely you get something resembling the looks of Vincent Huang. Shout out to K Ken Ken. Okay. Hello. Jans is open again from +1 this time. King Jack suited. Sung Ju or Art is unlikely to fold his suited ace from the button. The racing or calling are both. Well, I think racing would be cool, right? Is the conspiracy hand. Ace 5 suited.
We'll bring the chips over there also.
Christy is such a wonderful dealer.
Do we go doing a bubble or?
Without singling her out.
Yeah.
I think she's wonderful. Wu from Singapore. Pocket tens. Is it good enough for a 4-bet? Yes, it is.
I tried.
Jans gets out of the way. So will Sung Ju.
Go ahead, count. Yes, we covered. Yeah, covered.
I've been told by the operator that hand 43 will be the last hand before the break. So after this hand, there will be 3 more hands. Yes, Leo out. Easy fold, indeed.
Alright, gentlemen, I'd just like to inform you that when we start hitting the break time, you guys are moving back to the table fine down there. So I'm going to give you guys back. You got to move your
Wu from Singapore, climbing up the ladder, sitting with 35 big blinds. Second in chips. Feel a little bit sorry for Mike Takayama, who was the chip leader coming into day 2. Now nursing a 13 big blind short stack. So let's go for my usual banter here. Tell me in the comments, where are you watching this stream from? 台湾的朋友，你们在哪里看这个 live stream？ 有冇香港人睇緊呢條直播？ Hello, Joshua from Guam. The weather must be quite nice there right now. Singapore. We have a friend from Singapore, Gerald. And my wife says she's watching this stream from my kitchen. Oh, I don't have a kitchen in Taipei, I'm afraid, love. It's a small hotel room and a lonely bed. Danny Jones from New Zealand. I guess you are here to support Vincent. A reasonable guess. Takayama with pocket kings. Second to last hand of this level. 13 big blinds. Danny's saying, nope. He is supporting our Korean friend here at the table. Art. Justin with pocket sixes. Seems difficult to give up, but the stack sizes are dictating that he might have to. I should pay more attention to the Facebook stream. Seems to be a bit of a community building up there. Loving it. In fact, I feel like I've neglected the Twitch community completely as well. But I've only got so many devices. Good fold, Justin. King Jack off. Pretty standard defend. Flop comes. 3 deuce deuce. 2 spades. You have to be happy if you were my Takayama right now with pocket kings. Very, very standard C bet. One more hand, yes, one more hand. One more hand. Sit down, boys.
Alright, super high over final day. Big time last hand. 15-minute break for you guys.
Sit down, boys.
And on the break time, the table 3 will move to the feature table.
I have to say, Asia Poker Arena is such a well-equipped venue for poker. Plenty of toilet facilities. A nice area for smokers. Good cafe. All in all, just a heaven for poker lovers. Ace Queen off, opening up. Very standard. So come play the APT. Not too late to come to Taipei for the main event, which started today. Day 1A is in full swing. And without much fanfare, we are heading into the break. Once again, the payout here. Min price for coming the 20th will be 16,000 American dollars. Slowly climbing up to the final table, and it will reach a 6-figure sum if you go top 4, I think, if I am not mistaken. Anyway, we will come back after the break. Stay tuned. I've been Stephen Lai. You've been excellent. Thank you for sticking with us. 15 minutes time, we will see, hopefully, the bubble bursting. A lot more exciting poker action ahead. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Thank you.
Super high roller, the blinds line up. 25,000, 50,000, and 50,000 for Argentina. Round number 18.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Good afternoon, welcome to APT Taipei 2024. We are bringing you the APT Super High Roller event right here in Taipei. We are down to the last 23 players, 3 more elimination, and we will see the players in the money. Started off the whole event, 137 entries. Average stack is now 30 big blinds, 23 players remaining. First prize, juicy, 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 $287,000. I am Stephen Lai. I've been joined by Vidu. How are you today, sir?
Doing very well. Taking a look at
the new slew of players that will be joining us on this feature table. We have, of course, swapped feature tables as we do on the break. Before we talk about the players, let's just take a look at those payouts once more. You mentioned the top prize, but let's not forget 3 other 6-figure USD scores.
I only care about the top prize.
Ah, I see. I see how you play tournaments. Well, I care about 2nd, 3rd, 4th place when it's over 6 figures in USD. 195, 129, and 106,000. All the way down to 20th place that pays 16,000, a little 1.6x return on the $10,000 buy-in. We're down to, of course, 23 players, as you mentioned.
It's not 300x, is it?
It's not exactly 300x, but it is the first milestone amongst many. So there are 3 players who will go away with nothing, and the bubble play is going to be in full speed. Now, as a result, to speed things up, unintuitive, but hand for hand is the way to speed things up. So when we get down to 22 players, we'll actually go hand to hand. This incentivizes players to just never tank and just move on to the next one.
Our sponsor, Natural 8, the biggest online poker room in Asia. No doubt you've seen the adverts, and all of it is true. Asian Poker Tour being played at the Chinese Texas Hold'em Club, which also is the owner of the Asia Poker Arena. Here we go. This is Anzen Zhang in the picture. Haxton's here too. Andy Liu, who recently won a bracelet, or not recently, last year won a bracelet in Vegas. Look at that. Seat number 1, Edward Yam, a Guinness record holder.
Oh.
For the most number of ITMs in the year, calendar year. Wayne Hung, my boy from Hong Kong. So I'm completely biased here. Look, I've got 2
mentees.
Well, friends at the table, and of course we have Punat, the previous APT Taipei main event winner. Also a Triton regular. Just handsome, funny, everything. He has everything. He is everything that I could be.
The adjective that stands out to me the most, despite his accomplishments, exceedingly polite, aggressively polite, annoyingly polite. I want to be that polite.
I'll just say what I know and then it's fair.
Just an all-around great guy. Thailand number 1.
Look at Edward Yam, seat number 1 in the New York Yankees hoodie. So let's go, just very quickly give you a bit of a background story of Ed. So several years ago, he decided to break the Guinness Book of Record for the most ITM in one calendar year. So he got himself a tiny bet set, like a tiny space, near the CTP club, so that he can go and grind the daily tournament every day.
Wow. Reminds me of Daniel Negreanu playing the World Series of Poker with that trailer that he had, like trailer he would park right outside the Rio.
But the amazing thing was he would ITM an event and just give up the stacks and on to the next one.
Oh.
Just to make sure that he would get the record for the most ITM in a year.
What in the world? That hurts to hear, actually, a bit.
But the dedication is incredible.
Yeah, the dedication to give up a stack?
So that he can achieve something bigger.
Wow.
Right?
What's bigger than a stack?
A Guinness
Book of World Record. God. By the way, fan favorite Tony Lin. Just off the side of the frame. Looking sharp, by the way. A white suit jacket. That's like my dream fashion goal. When I was 19, I saw it on a mannequin. I contemplated it. I tried it. I loved it. I couldn't afford it. And now it's 14 years later, and I'm yet to fulfill that dream. And here I see Tony just rocking it.
I got pocket rockets.
My... Oh, wow. Queen 4 has gone all in. Robovic from Serbia. And Jack is joking of having pocket rockets. He indeed has ace king. He's going to call this off.
I'm honestly not joking. I don't want to fuck with you.
Jack Sota. absolute beast.
Ace Jack. Ace King.
Ace King it is.
We might be looking at an elimination already. 2 live ones, 32%.
5 diamonds, we will both be happy.
Okay, Jack. That's generous. Let's see 5 diamonds then. How about a king to essentially end the affair? Robovic looking down the barrel of being out in 23rd place. 10 to keep it spicy, or a 6 to just seal the deal. GG, sir.
Here we go. A lovely double up. Much needed.
Oh, my apologies. He does have 4 big blinds, yeah.
Just like that, we have a very short stack.
Actually, the whole table, with the exception of Wayne, mighty short, below the average big blind. Multiple short stacks. 2 players in the 10 big blind range. An additional 3 sub 16 bigs. I suspect what's happened, Stephen, is that the last 2 levels, the pace of play has been super slow as we approach the bubble. Too many players waiting each other out. In a situation like this,
You gave me that as well, right?
is there room for a maniac to emerge to make the most of everybody being a bit snug?
Not before the bubble bursts.
Gotta respect the bubble, huh?
And also they're way too tight. They're way too kind of near each other, the stack sizes.
Slow roll, but I give the money back.
There's no one overwhelming big chip leader. You know, if Wayne had 60 big blinds and then a bunch of 20s and then some shorties, yes, you can see Wayne going a bit crazy, but nope, not with this distribution. So Tony Lin is at it again. Something about Lady Gaga.
Just look at that white jacket, Stephen. In all its glory. That man can pull it off, that's for sure.
咦，見到 Edward Tam 嚟睇佢師傅打喎。Edward Tam watching Edward Yam。加油啊，師傅！用廣東話講，我係100% 支持阿 Ed 同埋阿 Wayne 嘅。So Wayne Hung actually got into day 2 as the second chip leader overall. And it looks like he's, keeping the momentum up.
Putting that big stack to work with King 6 off. 10 bigs for Edward Yam. In the hijack, plenty of players behind him. I doubt this is the moment. This is what bubble pressure will do. Yep. Handcuffed.
And if anyone in the world knows a thing or two about getting into ITM, that would be Edward Yam.
Precisely. Didn't he have a nickname from that?
No, actually. He never did.
If anything deserves a nickname, surely setting a world record for being in the money. Should we come up with one?
Got plenty of time to work one out for him.
ROI Yam?
Negative, perhaps. 225 caches over a calendar year.
Wow.
In 2019.
How about we just change his last name? Only 2 letters needed to be changed. Change the YA to an IT. Edward ITM. You're
good, sir. You're good. Okay, so speaking of world records, most hands played online in 8 hours. Guess who had that record?
Elki?
Randy. Nanonoko.
Nanonoko. Basically the same thing. Bit of a situation, by the way. Pocket sixes. Only flatting. Yeah, to clarify, I said same thing because Nanonoko also famous for playing multiple tables. Very high speed of play.
But you cannot get any more different in terms of personalities between the two.
For sure. Not all gamers are made the same.
Tony Lin checking.
And this is where the fun begins. Wayne is happy to be transparent about leveraging his stack. Quick bet. Queen, deuce, deuce board. And now the ace, the perfect card to double barrel.
Is unlikely to slow down. Also the perfect blocker in the king of diamonds, if a diamond were to drop on the river.
This opponent only has 10 bigs. At best could have a queen in this spot. Once in a while, a weak ace that got sticky on the flop. Tony's certainly capable of both those things. Is he capable of sniffing this one out? Would be in excellent shape to take the pot down. 93% equity. The open was under the gun. Yes, Wayne is the out-and-out chip leader. How wide a range do you give him credit for? Turns out not wide enough. Folds the pocket sixes. That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. Big stack bully, table captain poker.
Okay, here's the next one. Most online poker tables played in 1 hour.
Oh, this is Elki surely.
Elki, correct.
Was it 32?
What does it say? 62.
62. And I think the condition was you had to be net positive at the end.
Correct.
I think he made like $10 or something.
Great.
Positive is positive.
Some people may prefer working at McDonald's, but...
Oh, here we go, Steven. Outer table. Ace King off versus Ace Jack. Alexandros is in the hand. Or is it Ace King v Ace King? Yeah, that's to chop it up.
Chop.
But we are down to 22 players, which means we are hand for hand.
Nothing happened.
As Neil Johnson likes to say, nothing happened. Chop it up. Nothing happened, of course, the now APT in joke. Every time somebody is not eliminated in an all-in situation in the hand for hand.
Okay, here's one for you. Longest marathon playing online poker. Longest session ever.
Okay. I know live this was like 100 hours done by Phil Locke. But online is more taxing. So I'll go half of that. 50 hours.
49 hours.
Hey,
Very
look at
good.
that. Logic.
Longest live session.
I know Phil's record got beaten, so maybe 110 hours?
124.
Hey, pretty good. Come on.
Not bad. Longest poker session on Twitch.
Okay, we're getting a bit esoteric here, Steve.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, I'll go 25 hours.
Wow, this is a good one. Consecutive days of streaming online poker.
That's not that difficult. 3 years?
125 consecutive days.
That's it? I could beat this record in 4 months? Well, maybe I just set a 2024 goal.
This is a good one. Maybe you can break this one. Most poker chips balanced on one finger.
I mean, I can probably do 2 if I'm lucky, so as for me breaking it, unless it's 2.
Then you'll be matching it.
No way.
No, 255.
What? Alright, we're going beyond the realm of stuff I can visualize at this point. How about we make up our own record? Longest stream that we commentated over?
Limited on YouTube, only has a 12-hour limit.
Darn it.
It's a
Why can't I
technical
set a
problem.
record?
Wow, everything's
Robovic, by the way, by far in the danger zone. No laughing matter. The table seems to be having a good time as they inch towards the money. Opponent being moved to rebalance the tables, I assume. We'll have a new player replacing him.
But speaking of Guinness Book of Records, APT has a world record. The Ironman event that was held in the Philippines, maybe in 2017. There was 48 hours of live tournament poker, non-stop.
Wow.
No breaks.
Shout out to the staff. Justin coming clutch with the info. Ong from Singapore got a seat in a live Sati. That's amazing.
I was 805 before posting this.
Once again, hand for hand for Super 905.
As he inches towards the money. Very accomplished player.
745 behind. Thank you.
730k in lifetime earnings. Would exceed his best life cash were he to ship this.
645. Thank you.
Yet to grab an APT trophy as well.
I have 2.
Show off. Just wait until I get to the no limit do 7 Badoogie game today. I'll grab me one of those. So what are your 2 trophies then? Oh wait just a minute, Steven. This is going in for sure.
4 big blinds? Yes, sir.
And I suspect the blind is priced in to call it off. The big blind, that is.
Would that be Wayne Hung? Sorry, it's the small blind.
If Wayne was on the big blind with 10-9 off, he would have called. And jacks! Brutal.
I think we should wait. Yeah. Oh, I don't think we're supposed to announce it either.
Yeah, hand for hand.
Yeah.
Ace queen.
It's okay. You know, he's not really...
Yeah, Steven, you mind clarifying what just happened?
So they're playing hand for hand, and Ong snap called with pocket jacks, which is cool. You know, didn't want to slow roll or nothing. Wanted to flip over his cards. But because hand for hand is in session right now, so you are not supposed to show your cards until you're told to do so.
Here we go. Neil will be announcing the action on the feature table. Oh, my apologies, not Neil. Ace right in the window, and the 2 hearts just smashes the flop. An involuntary smile perhaps from Robovic.
There you go.
Just the nuts. The opposite of music to the ears of the rest of the table.
2 pair losing to a nut flush.
Robovic will not be the bubble boy, or the almost bubble boy.
Robovic is such a cool name.
Robovic is a cool... We have a lot of cool names, by the way. Personally, I think seat number 4, Jack Salter.
That's a cool name.
That's an action hero name.
Or a fashion brand.
Or a fashion brand. I could see it. I could see it. Something luxury. Edward Yam, the Guinness Book of World Records setter. Solid vegetable, if you're going to have a last name.
Like
matched.
Like Dragon Ball names, right?
Yeah, matched only by the person next to him, Aiden Tam, next to Edward Yam. There we go. Look at the fun we're having.
Did you know that? Did you ever watch Dragon Ball?
Of course.
Did you know all the Saiyans? All the names are vegetables. Kakarot is carrot.
Carrot, okay. Vegeta is vegetable. Nappa?
Is something.
Radish.
Radish, definitely.
I'm going to embarrass myself with how many Saiyans I know. What else?
Broly.
Yeah.
Is broccoli.
Broccoli. Oh, there we go. And Goku is...
Goku is Kakarot.
Yeah, but...
But so that's not his Saiyan name.
Oh,
is
that
a
was
vegetable.
before we knew he was a Saiyan. I see. We're having fun.
Wow, another one of those same time tomorrow. Stay tuned. 2:40 p.m. tomorrow. You have another.
Wait just a second, Steven. Can I prompt you on the next break?
Go on.
To cut to commercial, the way they do in Dragon Ball Z.
Which is how?
Oh, maybe this was just the English dub, but that announcer became legendary in the Western world because it was always like, "Stay tuned for the next episode of Dragon Ball Z." You never heard that, huh? Man, it was legendary. It's satirized all the time on the internet.
Because sadly, I've never seen Dragon Ball as an anime. Only comic books.
Only the manga.
Yeah, only manga. So
No wonder.
I have no idea.
Because it was very famous for really dragging out a scene, stretching 2 minutes into 20 minutes of content. In fact, there's a version of it called Dragon Ball Kai that cuts out on all the...
So that ends in
dragged out.
4 minutes?
Pretty much. Like 5 episodes into one. Jam, by the way, Queen 6 from Ong. Good timing. Edward likely cannot call it off. He's too short stacked himself. Oh, he does call it off. Needed to call just 3 more bigs. Went with the math. Hoping for a chop now. Let the floor take care of the announcement of the hand here.
Yeah, 3.
Welcome to 7 high. But 7, 4, 6.
Oh my, oh my. Never easy. The 6 comes in. Certainly not looking like a chop now, but the open ender. Oof, that was close.
Let's see the river.
There you go. Edward Yam.
Oof. Rough way to go. $10,000 buy-in. Queen 6 versus Queen 5. And the river just puts a dagger through your dreams. GG. Edward Yam now up to 15 bigs. And we do lose the 22nd place finisher. Player from Singapore, Ong Ding Zhang. Hard luck, sir. GG. And we are now officially on the stone cold bubble. 21 players left. Action, of course, will remain hand for hand.
Pocket King's no good in Taiwan, right? Pocket King's no good.
Hand for hand for the Super High Roll Final Day. Total dealers, 3 total dealers.
Pocket King, Pocket Jack. Pocket Queen.
Should be filling that seat up soon as well, as we keep the tables relatively balanced. 3 tables, 7 apiece. So now we don't have a super shorty on our table. A moment ago, the man in the frame in the red hoodie, Robovic, was that person. Bit more comfortable. Jack Salter, the action hero.
Jack Soto has a bit of a Johnny Depp about him.
I see it.
Mamma Mia is back.
Jack Salter, by the way.
Absolute beast.
Absolute beast, looking to bump his all-time earnings up to 9 million USD. A score of 3rd place today will get him there.
I'm going to throw it out there. I think Jack Soto
I don't want to be Stone Bubble again.
is the best player I've ever played against in an MTT.
Wow. Wow, Awiwa.
Wow, because I've played against, I play against him. A wow that I am praising him in that manner.
That's a high praise, Stephen, coming from you.
Wing Hung was the winner of a high roller event, heads up against me, several years ago.
I need a gamble, no choice. Maybe bubble again.
Maybe someone with the shades comes and then it's like 3 on 3. Oh no, we thought that as well. No, we're still.
今天不会再 bubble again 了吧？昨天就是这个位置，这张桌子，这个漂亮的 dealer 把我 bubble。哦，那个，那不会 bubble。
The peak year for sunglasses in poker.
Huh?
Maybe like 20 years ago. I guess.
每天都是你发射的。
今天温柔点了，今天再把我杀了，不来台湾了。哈。昨天那个我可以请你吃1年的饭。
Seat number 7, replacing Punat. Martin Sedlak from Germany. He's obviously been doing well at this event. Bit confusing to find his lifetime earnings, but you don't pony up $10,000 to play this event too easily. Tensions are high. We are hand for hand, which is what the players are waiting for. The outer tables. And by the way, once again, in case you're not familiar, you can always go to apt.poker. Check out the live updates. You will be spoiling yourself because we're on a 30-minute delay on the feature table. And I suspect 30 minutes from now, the bubble has been burst.
And you know what happens when the bubble bursts?
Round of applause.
That's number 1. Number 2 is
spewing.
The play will speed up.
Absolutely.
And then we'll slow down again, just before the final table bubble. By the way, thank you to Justin Fairbanks. Jack Soter played one of the longest heads-up in tournament poker history. The heads-up was so long, people were tweeting about getting on their flights from Europe to the US, and after landing, tuning in, and the heads-up was still going on.
That's wild.
Please don't give me pocket king. Give me pocket queen, please. Oh, ace is fine. Ace king is good. That's it.
It's better with the greens in front just in case he doesn't see it.
Oh, you're right, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Tony, talkative Tony, doing what he does best, chatting up the table, keeping things entertaining for them and us.
This doesn't feel like the bubble table, does it?
I think that table, they're the guy.
I mean, this is a very good way to jinx ourselves before even looking at the cards. Wait, let me see.
No, I think they're guys.
If I have crash, then I'll start agreeing with. Yeah. We're not bubbling on there.
These guys are bubble boy. You see, straight me, always bad luck.
They are identifying bubble boys.
It's like a pride of lions looking at a flock of sheep. And then waving to them. Hey there. I'd like your chips eventually. Care to oblige?
But you know, if he's the bubble boy,
Martin, rocking a very German scarf style, if I may say so.
He first time played poker last year. Make a 3 final table stream, and he won a 2 for 3.
Really? Yeah. Oh, I saw he won 1. Yeah, he's crushing.
You're a scarf person, aren't you, Stephen? I saw
100%.
you roll in this morning with a nice little.
No, at the poker table especially.
Oh, is it?
I think nobody played like a poker.
Why do you love it?
3 final table and the first 3 win.
Style.
Pure style. No utility. Pure style.
Now, joking aside, I think the artery on your neck is a massive giveaway.
I have heard that.
And being old man as well, keeping your neck warm is very important.
Yeah, there's more to life than poker, it turns out. And keeping your neck warm is a good rule of thumb for life.
What?
8 and 10.
Oh my word.
Oh dear me.
That's just a cooler, by the way.
Robocop, Robovic has picked up aces from the big blind.
Robovic has Aiden covered by 1 chip, so we're looking at a very, very likely bubble boy in the form of Aiden Tam from Canada. And that is just a cooler. Blinds at 80k. He had exactly 10 bigs. It's folded to him in the small blind. He is going to get it in with ace 4. He's 7% here. I simply do not think he's dodging this one. 5k is what Robovic has behind. Wow. 137 entries. You're on the stone cold bubble. And you find yourself ace 4 v aces.
Timing is everything.
Rough stuff.
So you really can't criticize the jam.
Nah, it's just a setup.
You can't, you know, and there's no folding aces.
That's pretty much it. He's running 4s at this point. Just
Still
taking it as
1%?
well as, well, 1%, yeah. There's some chop outs too, running straight as well.
Say.
That seals the deal.
Whoa.
Very unfortunate turn of events for Aiden from Canada. Hard luck, sir.
And he's definitely Canadian, wearing a short sleeve shirt in this cold weather.
Letting the emotions show finally as he waits for the chip count. He's going to get the bad news. He will not even have the ability to try and spin up a chip in a chair.
You know,
But
we'll wait for the count first.
Sure thing.
Because the system, you know, sometimes may be less accurate in terms of chip counting. Being a RFID table owner myself.
It's official. We do have our bubble boy, and as painful as it is for him, everybody else. There's the announcement.
On to the next one. GG, sir. Sorry about that.
Slight smattering of applause. These guys are.
I think we were all saying Robovic won by 1 chip. Well, here we go. Let's climb up the ladder again. 21 big blinds. Our friend from Serbia. Wayne Hearn still the chip leader at the table, followed closely by Martin Sedlak. Jack Sota, 15 big blinds. Edward Yam, 14 big blinds. And Tony Lin, 10 BBs. And a very good personality. So there's a lot of joking and happiness all around the tables. We are playing down to 3 tables now, 20 players.
So, Stephen, your prediction about people getting loosey-goosey and eating a sandwich, you think it's going to come true? Now that the bubble has finally burst?
Almost inevitable.
Lots of shorties who were hanging around. No doubt want to try and spin it up. Obviously, the pay ladders are minuscule at the moment as we make our way towards that incredible $287,000 up top.
It's my latest Instagrammer, Dragon Ball Inspire.
Oh, very cool. Go check out Stephen Lai's Instagram.
Usually, I post cat photos. Occasionally poker. Edward Yam with aces. Aces never loses. Very deliberate, very considered. Thinking min clicking or jamming. He's going to put it in. 14 big blinds. Mr. Robovich will get out of the way with King Jack off. 9-8. It's no good. And then, of course, Jack 10 suited will be folded. Up to 20 big blinds now, Edward Yam. Go, go, go. Still, Jack Sota and Tony Lin, the two short stacks at the table. Happily locked up 16,000 American dollars. 1.6 times the buy-in. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
For a lot of mere mortals playing the APT side events, a 6k profit will be a trip saver already.
True that. And let's not forget the potential that's still on the table. A spin up to almost 300k up top. Tony's having fun, as he usually is.
How do you keep a white suit jacket that kind of shiny?
It's just pure force of will.
A lot of bleach. Force of will? Okay.
You know, I always have the question about white sneakers. And then turns out there's all these cleaning kits.
Nano coating.
There's literally specialized services. That's just a lifestyle I can't sign up to.
I'm just checking your footwear. No, they're quite white.
They're new. They won't last.
No, I've gone for the boring shoes option.
Oxfords?
Indeed.
Classy. No Tony, though. But classy.
I don't know, I'm wearing a Hermes tie. You know, it's quite classy.
All right, I see how it is. I used to work in finance. I know what it means to wear an Hermes tie.
What does it mean? You're a junior trying to pretend something that you're not?
Exactly. And every once in a while, an intern would show up. And you're like, all right, I get it. Your dad lent you a tie. Relax. Just stick to Brooks Brothers like the rest of us, why don't you?
Yeah, that's 40-minute levels, right? Wow, yeah, I wasn't even really thinking of that.
How many? 40 minutes level?
Well, it's
40? I never do.
I do like going to shop at vintage shops. I like old things.
That's cool.
So this one I picked up. It's a 1970s Hermes tie.
Very nice.
That's how, because this was a very good structure and the average step's only 20.
Maybe no, actually early 80s, I reckon. But yeah, it's nice.
Hey, by the way, the players at the table complimenting the structure. We appreciate it. The team works very hard, especially for these high roller events, to come up with the best structure to justify the huge stakes. But what was interesting, Stephen, is that Tony just noticed that they're playing 40-minute levels.
Mm-hmm.
He said he just never looked. That's a white suit jacket move right there. Meanwhile, we might be looking at a jam here. Jack Salter, 13 bigs rather. Pocket jacks, hijack open. Here we go. And surely if it gets back to Edward, he does find the call button. Given his own late position open, Jack's 3-bet jamming range is going to be plenty wide. Ace Queen might be the best hand plenty of times. Not to mention flipping like it is right now. Let's see what the blinds have to say about it before it folds back to Edward. And maybe, just maybe, Stephen, your prediction about some quick eliminations could be coming true.
By the way, I have to say, I am a big fan of your "Here We Go." That was very Mario Kart. Here we go.
Ah, okay.
This goes well with Tony Lin's "Mamma Mia." There you go. Got to flip. You've got to flip.
Yeah, once in a while you're behind, but that's why you get pot odds.
Edward's like, good luck. You know, he's the funniest guy. Driest sense of humor ever. Edward Yam. Known him for 10 years. Just one of the good guys in the poker world. And getting rewarded with a pair. So, Jack Sota down to 11% equity. Tournament live at risk. 5% all the way down now.
Let's go.
Let's go, he says. Two pair versus two pair.
And a gentlemanly fist bump to the player who eliminated him. Class act, Jack Salter will not be able to get past that $9 million lifetime earning mark through this event. But I have a feeling he'll be there soon. Goes out in 20th place.
Hey, look. 2 Hong Kong flags up top. So I have to say that quietly. So that I'm not accused of being way too biased towards our fellow countrymen. 39 big blinds, Wayne Hung, and 34 big blinds of Edward Yam stack. 2 guys from Hong Kong leading this table. Go Hong Kong, go!
Our table gamble too much.
Our table gambles too much, says Tony Lin, the man who likes to gamble.
It is quite fascinating to think about the equity value of a flip like that, the one that Jack Salter just lost. I mean, you're getting eliminated, walking away with 16,000, instead of doubling your stack, having a shot at 300,000, and a good shot with only 19 players to go. Tournament poker is wild, wild, wild sometimes.
So I'm getting sent a lot of photos from the other venue. It looks like it's completely filled up. So both venues are filled up. So we're talking about almost 100 tables being played simultaneously.
Wow.
Right this moment.
That's a function, of course, of the main event flight being in action. Tony, by the way, was contemplating a jam surely with his stack size. Instead, he goes for the flat call. After a lot of hemming and hawing, which is surely a tell, he really cannot be nutted anymore. Just wants to try and hit before he commits the rest of his chips. A jam would have worked out brilliantly for him. He would have essentially priced in Robovic to call with a dominated hand. Instead, now Martin can use the pot odds on offer to justify peeling the flop. Nah, shows some discipline. Lets this one go. Did have 2 live ones. Good outcome for Tony to have Martin out.
Is Tony looking for a stop and go on any flop?
Well, he's in position actually. Well, never mind. Just absolutely smashes the board. And Robovic is surely priced in to just try and steal this with a jam. If you think about how often Tony hits, it's going to be 1 in 3 times. Goes tiny. 1 bet, 1 big rather, for now.
Micro sizing is back. No gamble, no future. Here we go.
No snapper call, please. No snapper call you.
No, he's not going to call though, is he? Nope.
I'm a bit confused about that jam, Stephen. Not sure what Tony's really afraid of. Of course, an ace coming on the turn of the river is not going to be super pleasant, but apart from that, you're getting better hands to call and worse hands to fold most often. Just wanted the hand over with?
Maybe a pair would call off. Pocket 9s, 10s.
That's true. That's a good point.
You know, it was, you know, a late-ish position, open.
Well, I mean, Tony would be representing a 3 or a deuce, I believe, on that board. It was queen 3 deuce. So he's trying to say he flatted with a non-queen. Bit of a misstep, in my opinion. Certainly a flat would have gone a long way in giving him the potential for more chips, but at least he's back up to that slightly more comfortable 10-ish big blind range.
Edward Yam picking up ace-jack off from under the gun. Very standard open. Fold to 3-bet, probably. By the way, thank you, Justin and others in the comments. Yes, Edward Yam is wearing a New York Mets jersey rather than a New York Yankees. I stand corrected.
Oh no. I did not realize such a crucial error had been made.
You know, I have so little knowledge of American sports. I'm embarrassed to say.
You're fine. You're not missing anything magical, in my very humble opinion, although we did just have a huge Super Bowl that the whole world cared about because Taylor Swift was there.
Oh, for the wrong reasons then.
Depends on your definition of wrong. Some would say the absolute right reason. Don't hate on T Swift.
I am not known to be a Swiftie.
New player, by the way, on the table. Nakamura. Came in with 800,000 chips. Had to post. So he's down 3 bigs. Has flopped the best hand. That's a welcome sight.
Is he going to make the same play as Tony earlier? Hitting top pair and put it in?
He's out of position, so a lot more justified to check raise jam here. Edward has 2 overs, which he often will. Do not want to let your opponent get there for free.
Tough decision there.
Good luck, says Edward. Did he call it off?
Yep. With the Jack of Spades, perhaps, being the... Oh no, I think it was Tony who said good luck.
That would also be a baller move. Edward could easily call this off. He can certainly afford it. There's plenty of hands Masaki would do this with. That ace high would be ahead of on a 7-3-3 board. Flush draws. Maybe gut shots getting a bit out of line, or simply weaker aces that wanted to take this spot. Would have a lot of equity against any hand that doesn't have a 3 in it. Is getting 2-1. Thinking about it.
So here's a new format that we can consider. Instead of having time banks, you give up a big blind every time you want an extension.
Ooh.
How do you feel about that? You just put a big blind into the pot.
Yeah, that is trippy. And meanwhile, Nakamura does make the call. Or rather, Yam does make the call. Nakamura at risk.
73%. Cannot complain, surely.
Is just saying, hold him.
You've got to know when to.
Oof.
Not today.
Brutal ace. Nakamura shakes his head. Nothing you can do, sir. Sometimes it's just meant to be. GG.
Ooh, he does look a bit sad.
Wow, sits back down. Bit repulsed by the way that hand went, and who can blame him? Out in 19th place, Masaki Nakamura.
From Japan.
From Japan. Did get the 16,000 for making the money, but there ends his journey, and Edward Yam.
Now his journey has just begun. He's going to jump straight into the baby superstar, surely.
Certainly what we hope.
Just to remind our viewers, if you want the latest update on all the going-ons at APT Taipei 2024, please do go to the APT website at apt.poker. apt.poker. There's no www dots these days, right? Am I too old to even know that?
Try telling a Gen Z person what the World Wide Web is and watch their confused faces.
Same if I tell my 75-year-old mother.
And try telling whatever generation comes after Gen Z, I think they call it Alpha. Try telling them what... I think probably Facebook is about the first thing they'll know about the World Wide Web. Like, they'll know Facebook, but maybe not, because it's meta now. Yeah, it'd be like 50-50 if they've ever used Facebook.
I'll tell you something funny.
You know they use Be Real, which is probably something you've never been on or heard of.
Sorry, the camera is not on me. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's called Be Real. It's sort of the new Snapchat.
Alright.
And the idea is you're real on it, so you post 1 minute only every day, unedited, something of the sort. I'm showing my own age as well. I'm a happy millennial.
There's something that happened during COVID, actually. A teenager who's visiting my flat in Hong Kong with, with his family, and then, I was like going through my old things, and then I dug up a bunch of floppy disks, and then he literally said, "Wow, you 3D printed that icon from Word?"
Yeah.
No, that's just like not a meme.
The save symbol. That's hilarious.
Why did you 3D print that icon from Word? He didn't even call it the save symbol because they don't press save anymore. They don't need to. Everything's auto-saved, right?
Oh.
The save icon is redundant to kids.
That's hilarious.
Like if you go onto Google Drive and use like Google Docs,
oh, there's no save.
There's no save button.
Yeah.
How about that? Kids don't understand the concept of saving, which is true for 100 years.
Such is the way of the world. I mean, just think about how poker has evolved, bringing it back to it. Some of the old school guys used to get so revolted when you would even say something like 3-bet. And if you think about it, 3-betting is a weird term. It's not even often the third bet. The blind counts as 1 bet, and open counts as a second. And then if you, what used to be called re-raise, we call it a 3-bet. Sometimes we just take things for granted. The world progresses quickly. I wonder what's next. Does remind me of that old tweet that went viral a long time ago about how to make money in poker by year. So 2012 it was 3-bet, 2012 4-bet. Then if you remember the Vanessa Selbst era, it was 5-betting and 6-betting. Then it became blockers. And then the punchline to the whole thing, in 2018 it just said crypto.
And that story
comes and goes.
Comes and goes. I think. What is the? I didn't even look this morning. Solana 129, 62,000 BTC.
Good deal. Big slick for Robovic. What a ride he's had, being all in ace-3 suited V-jacks, which is 4 bigs. Spun it up, got aces against the bubble boy. Now has a hefty stack, about 15 bigs. The average blind, by the way, hovering around the 21, 22 bigs mark. Big slick undergun +1. Easy open, 2x.
So just to remind our viewers, if you are interested in listening to this live stream commentary in different languages, we have a lot of localized content in Mandarin, Thai, Vietnamese, and Cantonese. So go to the respective Natural 8 YouTube sub-channels and you will find localized commentary. Of course, I'm going to plug the Natural 8 Hong Kong one. Unbiased, of course.
By the way, Seat 8 has been replaced. Jans Ahrens is back, our friend from the Netherlands. Over 5 million in lifetime earnings.
Mr. Yam, top of the perch. 3.6 million in chips.
And look at the beautiful trophy up on offer. Is that silver or pewter for the super high roller?
Silver. It's that one, yeah.
There we go. Beautiful ginormous APT Lion trophy.
Oh, actually, no, I lied.
It is pewter, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the final, the closing high roller that's silver. Once again, I stand corrected. Oh, I stand corrected again.
Well, I'll tell you what, I do have insider information. One, I should highlight that the APT won the Best Trophy Award, voted by popularity, last year. And you can see why, surely.
I only voted once.
Oh, yeah, keep it fair, but most people voted once and we still won. Second, I brought a pewter because it's actually made by one of the best trophy makers in, I suppose, the world, who does Formula 1 trophies and others. And I think they specialize in pewter, so.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Special.
Tony commits. Ace-4 suited off the hijack, 10 bigs.
Did you see him touching the no gamble, no future patch before he decided not to go all in?
Classic Tony. Oh no, Ace-Jack in the cutoff. Wayne has plenty of chips. Should find a way to make this call. Has 4 players behind him to get through. Or 3 rather, before it gets back to Tony. Makes the flat call.
Okay, here we go.
Tony has 1 big behind. Unlike our friend from yesterday, Tony will not be folding to preserve that 1 big. That chip is going in.
That's what you think.
That's what I'll happily wager.
170 behind.
Referring, of course, to the final table of the National Cup, where our friend Chen, I believe his name was,
yes,
managed to save 1 big blind and spin it up.
Have you noticed I don't take bets very often?
Yeah, you're smart like that. 10, 7, 6. There's that 1 big blind.
Oh, God, I would have lost.
Tony gets the bad news.
Tony is feeling the same way. I am losing. Wow, he must be quite happy, actually. He was nursing a short stack all the way through day 2. Now he's made 1 pay jump, I think. Right? 18th is a pay jump.
I think 17th is the pay jump,
oh,
actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
And the 4 on the river. Oh. Comes to Tony's rescue. Wayne takes it in stride, but what a great result. Try and calculate the equity of that card, ladies and gentlemen. Tony's up to 23 bigs and is going to be a serious force in this tournament now. A card away and dominated from being eliminated. Wayne can only smile. The white jacket will hang around for a while. Wow, if you think about when we were down to 23 players, I'm just going by what it feels like in my head right now, maybe 90 minutes, and only down to 18 since then. This doesn't bode well for how stacks end up as we get closer to the final table. It simply means they'll be much more shallow. That is the trade-off when people take some time during the bubble stages.
So there is a freebie giveaway on YouTube right now. Name 1 fun feature on Natural 8. Answer with your nickname. And there are some good answers already. Card squeeze is one of them. Emoji nickname. Interesting. I have used neither of those functions.
Yeah, you don't like to squeeze cards, you said.
Oh, so boring.
Different strokes for different folks, Steve.
True. Respect my, you know, anti-squeezing technique.
Tony, by the way, putting those newfound chips to work with the pocket fives. Opening under the gun. And Martin, a bit suspicious. Wonder how he factors in the fact that Tony just found a very lucky double up and is still opening under the gun. Certainly would suggest that Tony has some sort of a real hand. Martin doesn't seem to care. All in, he says, ace-10 suited, and great timing too. This is going to put Tony in the blender. Well, never mind, because Robovic has woken up with queens.
Tony got away with it.
And Martin, I suppose, did not, although he does have Robovic covered.
Tony's a lucky, lucky boy, huh?
Well, you think he would have called if it came back around to him? I think
No,
it's probably
but-
an easy fold.
Yeah, it's a fold. But still, you know, it would have been a decision.
Does Robovic have a decision here? Surely queens is too strong. You can be dominating some of Martin's jamming range. Tens and jacks, for instance. Ace queen.
Even king queen, eh?
Even king queen suited might jam. Certainly with the ace 10 suited jamming, the ace jacks and the ace queens as well. There we go.
I think it's not a good chip.
And that is the danger, isn't it? And there's a few players behind you of doing what Martin did. Okay,
Yeah.
Tony.
He's going to touch his no gamble, no future patch.
I got a best hand.
You got the best hand. You do not have the best hand. Not according to the graphics.
Yeah, I don't think.
What the fuck?
One is
What
number
happened
four.
to you, man?
No, two. See? No. One is number four. I open as ready call.
Five's coming. You know it, man.
Yeah, I'm sure 5 is coming.
And a two player.
Apart from Tony's usual table talk, he did say one jam he would snap call.
Lucky dealer only protect.
I call that bluff.
No, lucky dealer only protect one player.
Just say it one time.
No, only for the one player. Two player. 两家的，一家我跟你说，因为我 open 了准备 call，那么我就不会 open。
We did see Tony make a call yesterday, if you remember, when he had a prop bet about how many entries. Oh, that was 2 days ago, my apologies. He did snap call with the pocket threes and eliminated
Leon, I think it was.
That's right, Leon Strum from Germany.
Phew. My memory's not bad today.
Maybe he would have snap called
There
and
you
he would have
go,
been
there's an
behind.
ace. What did they say? Ace from space? Quite. Ooh. Sorry, for some reason I thought that was a queen. I don't know why. Honestly, that was just random.
We need to re-up the caffeine there, Stephen. A 9. Now a 10. Seal the deal. Very unfortunate for Robovic. He was covered by Martin.
No, we'll see. No.
If I call everything change.
I think that chip
Oh,
count
that's
is
right.
needed,
The
yeah.
chip count was a little bit off. My
Yeah.
apologies. We will be updating that in the graphics, but there you see it. Does have a few chips left behind.
Of course I'm mine.
Robovic is not eliminated, but a very unfortunate result nonetheless. It's almost karmic payback for that ace-3 versus jacks. Cannot be too upset, I suppose, since it eked him into the money, but he is crippled now. Quick count. Is he posting as well? He was the big blind, so he has to post a small, so I think he has a small blind behind.
Correct.
Chip and a chair time.
I think we're down to 17 players. Because he has not been eliminated. No, I think the players are moving along quickly. Not quite dropping like flies, but moving along. I never really understood the idiom dropping like flies. I've never seen flies dropping.
Huh.
Right?
There's a few of those you never tend to get.
I've never been anywhere so dirty that would be so many flies that you go, ooh, the flies are dropping everywhere. First world problem.
I'll tell you what I never understood as a kid. Given the way we speak English.
Love? Or
Oof. Let's not go there.
Hi, my friend.
I pay good money to talk about that stuff. $100 an hour to my therapist. Well, Robovic was committed all in with any two and a good result.
Yeah. But I got to go into A plus 412.
All right, Tony. That's a stretch.
I'm not closing this one.
he likes explaining away his follies or otherwise. He likes explaining stuff.
Well, Robovic is looking for the spin up. He would be up to what seems like 9 big blinds. Not too shabby if he can catch a 4 or an 8. 6-6 tray. Not the most favorable start. 5 to keep it interesting, perhaps. A 3 would also bring a few chop outs.
Okay, Lady Gaga.
There's the 5 to keep it interesting. All right. The outs go up. 7s, 8s, deuces.
Boom.
Not to be.
But I wanted you win. I don't know why.
Robovic does.
Did you hear that?
I missed
Tony
it.
said, I wanted you to win. I don't know why.
Well, Robovic is right back in it. 9 bigs now. And a lot of free hands before he has to post again. What a roller coaster.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he had a lot of big blinds. He wasn't that short.
Crazy guy.
Wow.
Yeah, pay up, Tony.
I didn't see that. I saw you only here. I think it's one bigger blind. I know, better know. I never caught an 8.
That's very good, Tony. You knew full well.
What am I doing? Everything mistake. How much? 450?
Keeping the table fun.
450? Well, that was a bigger problem then.
And the dealer, Christy, is like, yes, yes, yes. Move along, move along.
No, you think I caught it?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
Sorry, children.
I mean, I showed them.
Oh, if I know you get a 400 something, I don't want you win this hand. Because dealer deuce.
Should ask for count.
There you go. So back to your comment earlier. You were saying there's something you couldn't understand when you were a child. An idiom or something, or
Yeah, the
term
idiom,
phrase.
have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
140 something.
Yeah. What else do you do with a cake?
But in English, when we say we have something, we are eating it.
Hmm?
So I was like, yeah, you can have your cake and eat it too. That's what having your cake is. It's eating it. No, it turns out they mean you can't have it in front of you and in your stomach at the same time.
Correct.
Well, so say that, guys. Don't confuse 5-year-old with her.
Okay, Jans is putting it in with pocket 5s. 1.1 million, just over 10 big blinds. Just over Tony. There you go, waking up with pocket 9s. Happy, happy days. Throw that patch in. And he goes all in. Which is a very fair play. Wayne gets out of the way. And we have a classic 4-1 situation here.
Tony making it look easy sometimes. After catching that 4 on the river against Wayne. Now in a great position to get up to 24 big blinds.
Did you hear what Tony said as well? He said, all pocket 5s no good. Pocket 4s you have a better chance of hitting.
Still far away.
3 clubs. Of no help to either player.
5 of clubs for sweat.
5 of clubs was sweat.
5 of clubs.
Not very nice.
4 of hearts. Definitely as blank as it gets in this situation. In the river. 7 of diamonds. GG. Congratulations. 17th place finish for Jans Arans from the Netherlands. Congratulations.
He does get that tiny pay ladder up to 18,000 USD. With that, we have gone down to 16 players, I believe, which should mean that we reset the tables because, of course, we'll be down to 2 tables of 8.
They're going to merge the tables. They're not going to...
Oh, merge the tables. My apologies. That's kind of what I meant. So instead of 3 tables, down to 2. You're absolutely right. So our feature table remains mostly the same. I think we only have 2 empty seats. I suspect the outer table has a lot more to fill in and merge. There's the trophy again. By the way, the middle trophy, the main event, Golden Lion, and the pewter one for the 2-day high roller we have at the end of the series. We end every festival with it, as well as the streaming schedule. So once again, we're down to 16 players. Next player out also guaranteed 18,000. Slowly move up those pay jumps. 1,000 at a time. There it is. 2,000 starting 13th and 12th place. 10th place, which would be the final table bubble, so to speak, is good for about 24,000. And then the real fun begins. 29,000 for 9th place and 10x of that to first place. Pretty classic MTT payout structure. 9th place is good for only 1/10 of first place. 4 6-digit scores. 106,000 for 4th place, 129 for 3rd, 195, just shy of 200 really, for 2nd place. And if there is no deal, we're looking at about a 90,000 USD heads-up battle.
Wouldn't it be nice? 287,000 US dollars.
Not a bad couple of days at the office, even for the $10,000 investment. It's been an incredible showing. 137 players, just smashes the record of the previous Super High Roller, or the Superstar Challenge as it used to be called, until we got a different buy-in level for that moniker.
Thank you, Justin Fairbanks. There are still 4 players remaining in this event. That would be Edward Yam, Wayne Hung, Andy Liu, and of course, the greatest, well, one of the greatest pot limit Omaha players from Asia, Anson Zhang. Reason I said that was because he's actually got 2 WSOP bracelets in the PLO event.
Wow. That's a lot of validation for being a PLO beast. Meanwhile, a quick update on the mystery bounty. The top 3 bounties have been pulled. 1.5 million. Was that the top bounty, Steven? Didn't you say it was even higher?
1.5.
Oh, 1.5?
Yeah, I said 1 million, but it's 1.5.
Oh, it's even bigger.
It's bigger than I thought.
So that's almost 45,000 USD.
Yeah.
That is massive. Once again, the bounty buy-in is $650. And we got the 1.5 million bounty pull. Look forward to that video with Greg Goes All In, celebrating with the player from Taiwan. Then we do have the 1 million bounty, which is only the 2nd highest, it turns out. That's about 30,000 USD. That goes to a player from Thailand. And a player from Romania taking away 568,000. Quick math, that's probably around 17k USD. Top 3 bounties are out. Still lots of fun envelopes to pull. We're talking about the mystery bounty, of course. One more time, Steven, you mind explaining how the mystery bounty works to those unfamiliar?
So let's go back to what a bounty event is. So when you knock a opponent out, you get his bounty, and in the normal format, you will just win a fixed amount. For a mystery bounty, they mix up all the bounty prize pool and then separate them into different sizes of bounty. And then when you knock a player out, you can save all the bounties, and then you can do your lucky draw.
Just another way to add some variance to the affair.
Just to make sure that poker players are entertained. Because of course they don't like to gamble, do they?
But talk about how it influences action in the game, you think.
Well, I think once the top bounties have been pulled, you definitely have far smaller incentive.
That's right.
To risk a tournament life. Oh,
Actually.
to like, you know, put the money in.
You actually have to adapt to when the top bounties get pulled. But until the top bounties get pulled, you're just vying to collect as many envelopes as you can, because look at this. The top prize, if I remember correctly, for the bounty tournament is about 70,000 USD. And the top bounty envelope is 50,000 USD. So collecting bounties is almost as good as winning the tournament.
And also, I think as a short stack in a bounty tournament, you're always at the mercy of the bullies who want your bounty. So once the top mystery bounty has been pulled, you kind of are going to have a easier life, marginally.
What do you think of PKO formats, by the way, online? There's so many people vying to get that format live, and perhaps you could explain the PKO format online once again.
That's even crazier. So when you lose,
progressive knockout, I should say.
When you PKO, when you collect a bounty, you can collect. You actually win not just one bounty of your opponent. You take half of the bounties that they have in front of them. So basically, you're just collecting heads.
And the remaining half gets tacked on to your own bounty total.
Correct.
And so the next time somebody eliminates you, they get half of your new big total, and then the other half gets stacked on to their bounty total, and so on it goes. Until the end, by the way, when the last player, a lot of the value in coming first comes from keeping your own bounty total.
Correct.
Retaining the full amount, and of course taking half of whoever you eliminate, heads up.
So this event is now down to 16 players. We started off day one with 137 entries, making up a prize pool of over $1 million, or in fact 1.2 million US dollars. Top prize pays 287,000, which is, you know, previously would have been a record, but no, because we had the Superstar Challenge yesterday. We are down to 16 players. We are in the money. We are playing to the final 9, hopefully. Well, not hopefully, but likely it's going to be done in the next 3 levels, I reckon.
And of course, right after that, we play down to the winner as well for that incredible first place prize. As we cut to, of course, the scenes of lovely Taipei, including the classic Taipei 101 skyscraper. I'm yet to go, by the way. Looking forward to that.
I was there yesterday, last night.
Keep in mind the streaming schedule on your screen right now. The main event has kicked off Flight 1A today, which means that coverage of main event day 2 starts on the 6th of March. That would be Wednesday, I believe. And here we go. Hand number 61. We are back to the feature table. The tables have been rebalanced. Shun Wu, for instance, has come in from a different table. That's a slight error in the photo, by the way. Jan's errands showing up from the seat he was eliminated in. We'll have that fixed very shortly.
I thought Jung Woo was disguising as Jan's, but no. Okay, here we go. Man from Singapore. We saw him earlier today. I think the first session he was playing at the feature table. Money is in. King 8 versus Martin's Ace 4 off, 6-4.
A 2 big blind shove.
I hope we don't have to play.
Hits the 4, but Jan Wu is hit the top pair. Good chance of staying alive for a full double up. Turns a queen, inconsequential card. And the river is an 8. Trips for a full double up. There you go. So Tony is doing all the talking for us. He's a happy-go-lucky man. Very nice table presence. Back to the chip count. Here we go. Martin is the chip leader with 34 big blinds. Edward Yam, 33 big blinds, not far behind Tony Lin, almost 30. And Mike Takayama is back at the streaming table with 20 big blinds. Wing Heng, Punat, Robovic, and Jung Woo with a very short 5 big blind stack. All to play for. Still plenty of play available. The action is going to be speeding up a little bit because there are 2 pretty short stacks at the table. Action goes to UTG's Edward Yam with Ace King off. Very standard open. To 215k, just over 2 big blinds. Votes to small blinds Martin from Germany. Ace Jack off. 215 is the race.
230.
Oh, it's 230. Okay, so 230k. So it's 2.3 big blinds race from the UTG position. Wow. And he's jamming. Wow. The 2 chip leaders are locking horns.
What a misstep.
Oh, wow.
That is very, very high variance approach to the game. Should get punished shortly. Not sure what Wu's thinking about. He does have a tiny stack and put a lot of it in there. Might want to consider being able to triple up, but Jack 9 off is just a bit too weak. He'd rather preserve his stack and an insta-call.
Pretty much a snap call from Edward. Whoa, we are going to have a new chip leader, either way. We're talking about a 6.9 million pot that is good for 69 big blinds. 69 big blinds at this stage of the tournament. You've got to be happy with that. Okay, here comes the flop. Without being biased, I'm not going to get too excited. Trip sixes. Ace high's good.
The devil's flop.
Turn comes a queen.
Dropouts. Opportunities.
And the river. It's a king. Wow. There you go. Edward Yam, our new chip leader with 69 big blinds.
Not only that, Stephen, but I have been informed by the team that indeed he might be eliminated.
Oh. Wow, he's standing up.
There we go.
Oh,
he was just about covered. So we do lose Martin in a bit of a misfire, taking an ultra aggressive high variance line and is punished for it at a crucial stage in this super high roller. What a gift to Edward Yam, the Guinness World Record holder for being in the money, but this is one in the money stack he will not be abandoning no matter what. He is now the tournament chip leader.
100% covered.
100% covered.
100%
Yeah, so let me just quickly explain this. Okay, so the streaming table has an RF, or has several RFID sensors that will read the cards, which is cool. And the flop, the place where the dealer places the flop, also has a RFID sensor to sense all the cards, and they are generally correct. However, each bet has to be entered manually by an operator, and the operator communicates to the dealer, and then everything is done manually, and sometimes the numbers just don't reconcile properly. And at a very marginal spot like that, between 2 or 3 big blinds, sometimes, occasionally, they just don't match the reality. So this is a classic case. We thought Martin had 1 big blind more, but it turns out that Edward Yam had him well covered. Our new chip leader, Edward Yam, at this table.
If not, I just fold. If I open, I just really change, right?
I mean, you have some.
What a turn of events.
You have ace 5 suit, you fold.
I know, it's fine, no open.
No, you liar. Ace 5 suit,
If Martin had gone with just a 3-bet with the ace-jack,
Ace 5, ace 7 open.
could have folded when facing the heat from Edward.
Right there.
Ace 7, he has natural ace, so ace 7.
That's the bet I had with ace 7.
Opponent having a laugh at Tony.
The Bing Wen, my friend, he like ace 5.
I like ace 5.
My friend Bing Wen, he like ace 5.
Big one? Oh yeah.
He favor him, not me.
If he always hits.
So he ace 5 always is 7 bet, 8 bet. I don't like ace 5. I'm serious. For me, jet 10 is better than ace 5. A lot better. Or either 10 9 shooter.
So Tony is going against the solver solution. He's saying Jack 10 he loves more than ace 5. He's joined my conspiracy group of saying ace 5 is a programmer's is what the programmers planted into poker players' head.
A honeypot.
A honeypot.
What is that?
A bug. A bug in the matrix.
It's like Order 66. Hey, that could be the Star Wars themed tournament we have.
There you go. That's pretty good. So how, like some kind of elimination? Execute Order 66.
We're referring, of course, to how APT Jeju is going to include the date May the 4th. APT Jeju starts April 26th. May the 4th is going to be one of the festival dates, and Steven and I are pitching for a Star Wars themed tournament because May the 4th, of course, Star Wars Day. A nice little homonym pun for
Are you
May
listening,
the 4th.
my co-soizer?
Nice little homonym pun for May the 4th be with you.
Order 66, that'll be good actually. I like it.
And we'll make it the 66th event or something. Hey, there we go. It's all coming together.
No, that's going to be the second final day, so you will go over 66 by then, surely. 100 events in Taipei.
Indeed.
But a little too small. They're bigger.
Robovich. Could be a Jedi name. Folds under the gun. Mike Takayama.
Go to final table. Professional.
Pocket kings for Tony. What a spin up ever since that lucky river. Will he get
Money jump. 13, 14.
gifted?
It's a money jump.
Another stack. Somebody wakes up with a pair behind him, as is what happened when he had pocket nines.
13, 14. Like how much money jump? 63 money jump.
I see a money jump. $2,000 being referred to. We're down to 14 players. $19,000 guaranteed. The next one takes you to 21.
Don't think Puna cares about a $3,000 money jump.
Money jump. What can I do? Huh? Very friendly.
Yes, friendly money jump.
Jun Hao Wu hanging around with just 3 bigs. Surely has a target on his back for that money jump, if nothing else.
I like that. Give me.
I don't like Buggy Game. Now Buggy Game maybe okay. Bubble time.
Paris in Facebook chat asking what country is this? It is lovely Taiwan.
I don't like your calls either.
We're here at APT Taipei.
Rainy Taipei. Actually, the weather is a little bit less desirable than I expected.
We're like it's like a casino. Who cares what the weather is outside? Even though, by the way, we're not in a casino. The Asia Poker Arena is right in the heart of the city and essentially an office building, if I'm not mistaken.
In the basement of a Off his block, yes.
But the point is, once you get in here, once you get past the koi pond on the way, it's all the same.
That's beautiful, don't you think? That's
It really is. And I think very, very metaphorical to be surrounded by fish as you enter the poker room. And then who cares what the weather is outside?
You know what they say, if you can't identify the fish within an orbit?
It's you. I'll tell you who does care about the weather though, Stephen. Not that I'm encouraging it, but those who like to sneak in the quick cigarette on the breaks have to deal with the elements, unfortunately, to do that now.
I thought you were going to say something else, because we have an APT sponsored golf event.
Tournament, that's right. I didn't even think about that. That's tomorrow, right?
That's tomorrow. It doesn't look so great.
Oh no.
Doesn't look so great right now. Edward Yam. Chip leading with 69 big blinds. Followed closely, well, not so closely, by Chung Ni Lin, Mike Takayama. See, Mike Takayama is such an amazing professional, don't you think? You know, he was knocked down and he got up again.
Absolutely. No surprise there.
You know, just like he accepts the variance. He accepts that you win some and you lose some. And just focusing on the moment, hand at a time, play as well as you can, make the right decisions. With a bit of luck, you will be the one picking up that beautiful Lion Trophy.
I'll tell you what's exciting me. We haven't seen him on the feature table yet, but Isaac Haxton, the great Ike, who is currently making his debut here at the APT, started off with the $25,000 Superstar Challenge, now playing this event. Still in the mix with 2 tables, 16 players left. Depending on how things shake out over the next couple of levels, we will either have him appear on the feature table, or if we get down to the final table and he makes it. Always exciting to have Ike on the stream, joining the Asian Poker Tour here for the first time. Had a good experience, at least according to what he told us, at the $25,000 event, although did get slightly unlucky to get knocked out at the end. The tiny stack of Wu is all in, and Punat has found Ace-Jack. We will certainly be seeing a board here. $12 bigs in the stack of Punat. Can isolate with the Ace-Jack. It's strong enough. 2 players behind him. That is indeed what he does.
Which is a very committing 3-bet. So they're saying in Mandarin, there's only 3 big blinds. It's got to do it.
How would he like it this one?
I think lucky I keep it.
Lucky you keep it. Now wait a second. Lucky you need to put it in the game or too late.
So very glad to see Justin Fairbanks still watching the stream with us. Must be 2:30 a.m. in Ottawa right now. Sunday morning. That's our special advisor, Victor Chung, looking as sharp as ever.
Wow.
Queen on the turn.
Jun has actually caught his pair. So it's Punat who needs some outs.
Oops. No.
That's not one of them. And a nice little spin up begins once again for Jun. Talk about hanging around.
Picking up the ante, the big blind and the small blind.
A moment ago he was all in King 8 v Ace 4, if I remember correctly. This time King 3 v Ace Jack. The poker gods are shining.
He's waiting for a substantial double up. You know, the next one would be very useful. You know, from 9 big blinds, jumping to 20.
Slow and steady is fine for now. I mean, if ever there was a time to run good, the $10,000 Super high roller with 14 players remaining. Seems as good a time as any.
Never too much. Only once, you get 3. Money jump. Oh, Hong Kong for dangerous.
So the latest gag is the fact that the 14th place and 13th place has a pay jump
of $2,000. 1/5 of a buy-in. Robovic goes all in. Ace on the button.
Wow. Two sides never cover any two sides.
Tony is squeezing his cards. No doubt he will enjoy natural 8's squeezing function. Can't see Tony Lin wanting to have an emoji username though.
Natural 8, natural 9.
So during the break, I'm sure the chip counts will be refreshed to make sure that they are input into the system accurately.
What did you say?
The French never gamble.
I'm not French. I'm not French.
French should never gamble, says Tony.
No, I saw you French. No. Brazil? You look like a Brazil. No,
Tony's playing the what's that game? It's not Wordle. It's like it's kind of a game similar to Wordle that you guess the country from a map.
Oh, I see. Geolocate?
Something like that. Yeah.
Geofinder? Something
Yeah,
like
something like that. And Tony's going through all the countries. You're not from France. You must be from Brazil. No, I'm from Serbia.
Now I know you.
GeoGuessr.
Something like that, right?
200.
No jam with 9 bigs. Instead, a standard open. Put up. Thinking it's more likely to get him the right result.
Takayama is likely to be moving along. 8-5 off. Not a very good starting hand.
And personally, I'm taking notes. Ace-7 on the hijack. 9 bigs. Next time around, I'll think of Punat and not jam. Just open. Of course, Punat has a whole game plan ahead, which I'm not privy to, but at least I know this is the correct move.
Wayne could be rejamming here. A lot of the software actually suggests that when you are below 9 big blinds, the only 3 combos you can open are aces, kings, and queens.
Tell that to Punat.
Well, Wayne's thinking about that. Do you have aces, kings, or queens? So strong. He's looking back to slide number 92 of the MTT course that he went through. The only 3 combos. Nope, jamming. Could jam.
Great timing.
Him out of the hand, A7.
Punat is forced to fold.
So here's the question for you. If Punat was to jam Ace-7 with 9 big blinds, do you think he would get a fold from pocket 5s?
It would have to be pretty close. Pretty darn close, I assume. Depends on maybe how Wayne is thinking about his odds on this table. Certainly, theoretically, it's a correct call to call off pocket 5s, but
don't forget the pay jump of $2,000.
Well, pay jump aside and jokes aside, you do have to take into account how you want to approach the rest of the tournament. Are you taking every plus EV spot, or given the fact that your stack is plentiful, are you waiting for better spots? Let's just say Punat would have been happier with the jam. Could he have seen the cards? Now he's down to just 7 bigs.
Very smart. Money jump.
Mike gets that one through.
So they're going to do the count again because the system is not really synchronized to the real chip count. So we are going to have to wait a few minutes for the chip count to be done. So what do you think so far? We've seen some exciting poker action.
Definitely exciting is the right word for it, considering the stakes that we are playing for. Once again, you see it. Everybody now guaranteed the, well, not quite that pay jump that we've been jokingly talking about. Everybody guaranteed 19,000. Next prize, 21. Goes all the way up to 287,000. Bit of a recap of the day. We started off with 27 players, starting from 137, whittled down on day 1 to 27. Only 20 of them made the money with that 16,000 minimum prize pool. Brutal elimination of the 21st player, running into pocket aces. Since then, 6 more have dropped like flies, as you said, Stephen, although we don't understand the expression, but that is what has happened. But the real juice on your screen right now. 9 players get $29,000 for 9th, and 10x of that, an incredible 9 million in the local Taiwanese currency, 287,000 USD for first place.
So tomorrow is Monday. We're going to have several Natural 8 exclusive events. So do you know who they are? I think one of them is the Influencer Challenge. That will start at 3 p.m. Before that, I think there's a Natural 8 Thailand exclusive. And also a Natural 8 India event.
That's right. These Natural 8 events often have people putting in a small buy-in, fighting their way to make the final table, and then Natural 8 sponsors the flights, throws in a main event ticket for some of the winners as well, and of course then they essentially play a final table with a smallish prize pool, depending on the buy-in, depending on the country.
But it's a lot of TV time.
A lot of TV time, and frankly the opportunity to fly down to Taipei, or they get put up as well, might I add, and of course play the main event, which is going to be absolutely massive. $2 million guaranteed. Flight 1A is live. Let's take a look, by the way, as to how Flight 1A is doing. Of course, looking at our live reporting on apt.poker. 164 players in Flight 1A. Late Reg, of course, is open for a long, long time.
Slowly getting to my 3,000 entries prediction.
Got to start somewhere. It's just Flight 1A.
And also, you know, I've been showing off my language skills in English, Mandarin, and Cantonese. I'm guessing the India exclusive events will attract quite a few of your fellow countrymen. So you could be speaking Hindi to them.
Well, I can speak Hindi. I'm from the north of India where they speak Hindi. So it is my mother tongue. But unlike you where you switch to Mandarin, I can barely speak any of the other 30 Indian languages that they have out there. I wish I could.
Well, if you knew any Mandarin at all, you would know that I cannot speak Mandarin either.
That's true. I have seen some of the feedback in chat, but I find it impressive nonetheless.
I just have thick skin.
By the way, the Baby Superstar Challenge is on as well. A funny name for a tournament that has a $10,000 buy-in. 22 runners there already. It's pretty cool actually to see it exceed 20 runners, simply because It was sort of counter-programmed against this event. The idea being that if you bust out of this one, you have another 10k to fire, you're itching to restart. Just hop into the Baby Superstar Challenge, and that is indeed what has happened. Some familiar names there, by the way. Espen Jorstad, Clemens Reuter, who was on our feature table a moment ago, Leon Sturm, who we mentioned from yesterday, bubbling. Roman Rabeck, who came, I want to say, 3rd place in the Superstar Challenge. He is busy at work. And our friend from India, Santosh Savarna, a high roller MTT/cash player from India, recent WSOP Euro bracelet winner. First time at the APT for him as well. Nice of him to grace us with his presence before he moves on to other high rollers, but $10,000 buy-in sounds about right for him as well. And Thomas Boyven, who just got eliminated from the current event, the super high roller, also fired away. Really cool to see the support from all kinds of players here at the APT. We had 2,300 entries for the National Cup.
For a 300x top prize return.
Incredible scenes. Let's see what else we have going on today. Oh, did we even speak about this one? A $300 9-game entry, event number 40. Are you ready for this, Steven?
Tell me.
Limit Heroes, which stands for what? Hold'em, Raz.
HEE would be 8, PLO 8.
8 or better.
High-low, yeah. R would be Raz.
Raz, O
would be
is
Omaha.
Omaha, and
S would be Stud.
That's just 5 out of the 9, by the way. Plus PLO, that's usual big PLO. No limit hold'em. Deuce to 7 single draw. Deuce to 7 triple draw. All 9 games, and you get to play for the price of 300 USD.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Incredible.
And if you can't make it to Taipei for this APT series, the next one on the next stop will be APT Jeju, starting on the 26th of April until May the 5th. Be with you.
May the 4th.
Oh well. Close. Alright, I think we are back online. Edward Yam just picked up 2 cards. I can see Robovic. Okay, here we go. Under the gun, Robovic, King 9 suited. Mike Takayama is waving at someone saying, "Oh, we are back. We are back in play."
It's okay, money jump, I know. It's very
Tony is still going on about his little gag about money jumping. King 9 decides to move in with a big race, a committing race. Leaving 2 big blinds behind. Wayne Hearn with 16 big blinds, pocket 6s. Knowing that a call will commit everyone on the flop. These guys are not likely to play like the players at the National Cup last night. So if he decided to commit his pocket 6s, he'll be committing on the flop. And got through. King 9 suited.
What a great result. Robovic has 9 lives. Been through quite the roller coaster. Perhaps most importantly, got lucky when he needed to make the money. Had some hits since then, but back up to 9 bigs. After a funny hand with Tony. I believe it was Queen 3 versus 8-4 where Tony claimed. And I'm actually not being cynical. I think Tony was telling the truth where he did not realize how many chips Robovic had been jamming.
So just gotta to see my wife Rachel leaving a comment saying Jeju is so lovely. So the next stop, I might be bringing along another person to do my commentary duty.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I'll be relieved of your +1 duties.
Maybe I'll get her into the booth and she would actually say something sensible for a change.
John folding the button. Edward super strong on the small blind, enough to put Punat all in. Punat started off with 6 bigs, 2 of them went in for the blinds. And we did not see his cards, but they were clearly junk.
Well, clearly he was afraid of the money jump. 49 big blinds, 5.9 million. Okay, so the chip counts are now correct. So we were showing 6.8 million for Edward before. Now they've recounted the chips. Edward actually has 5.9 million in chips. Mike Takayama from UTG, King Queen off. Very standard open. This little line it took me a long time to fully appreciate, which is if you open UTG King Queen off, you got to fold to any 3-bet.
Interesting.
Took me a long time to understand the logic behind it.
Well, you have to have folds with most lines. I guess you're saying King Queen makes the cut for insta folds, and here might be why. Edward waking up with the best of it, and Punat finds aces. It's just that easy, isn't it, Punat? Let's go. About the most favorable situation you can find yourself in. Pre-flop and no limit hold'em. It's gonna be all in aces versus a weaker ace, or rather, any ace.
And you know, I need to correct you. Picking up aces is easy. It's just rare.
That's right.
It's just infrequent.
1 in 216, is it? Something like that.
It's not actually difficult to pick up aces. It's just as difficult to pick up... Well, it's actually more difficult to pick up 7 deuce suited.
That's right. Punat really milking it. Wants 2 callers, I guess.
Is it possible, do you think?
No. There's a pay jump. I kid, of course. I think Mike knows the exact range math you're talking about folding the King Queen. Let's it go, and Edward get the bad news.
And to extend that theory, you know, when I pick up King Queen suited, I don't do the committed raise. So I don't do the raise with 2 big blinds behind, because I will fold the King Queen if I face a 3-bet. Off, of course. Right, Edward Yam in bad shape, actually. Flop comes Jack 5 deuce. No help at all. Pairs up the Jack, and the check mark goes to Punat Punsri from Thailand, which is a beautiful country. I was in Thailand for Chinese New Year for a week-long break.
Oh, very cool. Phuket?
No, it was actually Hua Hin.
Hua Hin. Big Indian wedding destination, by the way, Hua Hin.
Is that right?
Lots of Indian weddings. And you know Indian weddings are ginormous, long affairs. They're essentially... They're like music festivals with family and Bollywood music.
Yeah, yeah. It's like Glastonbury with Bollywood music.
Yeah, it's fun though. And Hua Hin is... I'm yet to go, but I did get invited to a couple of weddings. couple of destination weddings, as they're called. So how was it?
We were staying at a villa with a pool, and we decided not to rent a car. So the wife and I, Rachel and I, just rode a bicycle, limiting ourselves to, you know, a radius of about 15 kilometers, finding things to do within that constrained space.
I like it.
And it's fantastic.
Cool strategy.
Right, that means you don't have to spend hours thinking, oh, should we go here or there? You just, you know, you can only go there.
As they say in, well, art and product design, constraints breed creativity. And I think putting that constraint is a cool way to force yourself to be creative with your time. Chunhao just finding hands to get it in with. Most of the time he's been behind and gotten lucky. Is Punit considering calling it off? Seems like it's worth a consideration at least. He would have folded quicker otherwise. Nah, King 10 too weak.
With 2 players behind as well. And Robovic is actually very short stacked with 6 big blinds, and we joke about the pay jump, but you know, if there's free money to be taken, $2,000, you might fold a little bit tighter. You want the 2 short stacks to go bust first, lock up $2,000 more.
Don't forget, that's 7 entries to many of the tournaments I've been highlighting.
It's almost a main event entry.
7 bullets. And a main event entry. That's a great point as well.
You know?
But frankly, these players are just sickos. I doubt they're thinking about it too much. I think Tony is just trying to inception them into thinking about it to gain an edge himself.
I think Tony's just making fun out of himself, right? A man in a white suit jacket is not going to care about $2,000.
Never. Mr. Miami Vice himself. The sleeves are riding up. Did you notice? He just needs to roll them up, and now he'll be full Miami Vice mode.
Are we talking about the TV series or the movie remake?
Oh, that's right. Tony is like Colin Farrell from the movie remake.
Exactly. Ace-5 suited. Let's see what Mike Takayama has. $10-7 off. All right, the boss at the table, Tony Lin, with King 8 off. Pretty deep stacked.
Easy money.
Easy money, he says. I think a lot of other players would have called that King 8 off pre-flop. Does appeal. Tony decided against it. Clearly very concerned about the $2,000 pay jump.
Still 14 players remaining. I'm a bit surprised at the slow pace of play, I must say. Likely a function of the card distribution and the way the all-in hands have gone, but certainly it's been a long way to go from 23 players where we reached sort of that bubble zone, play slowed down. Stephen, you and I were predicting people dropping like flies after we hit the money bubble at 20 players. I'd argue it hasn't been the case, but the way the structure works, the blinds keep going up, so eventually there's going to be a cascade of players as we head towards the final table.
I'll actually argue they are dropping like flies, as in they're not really dropping.
Right, in the actual use of the term. But if you think about the average big blinds, we're talking about maybe something closer to the 19 big blind range now. Blinds are 60k, 120k. Edward, by the way, catching some hands, makes the standard open to 250.
Alright, once again, that's 1 minute left for the break time of the main event, Flight A. Foreign players, please come back to the table. Thank you.
How's that for catching hands? Top 2. Wayne, who was the chip leader for so long, got unlucky against Tony Lin. Has been pretty snug since. I suspect that trend will continue now that he's whiffed. Justin in chat arguing that high rollers should have pay jumps of at least a buy-in. Yeah, I hear you, Justin. Certainly some merit to that thinking. In fact, we'll pass along the feedback. Of course,
No, he's actually saying something else. He says min cash into FT, so that is really heavy up top. Sorry.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It should just all be min cash until the final table. Well, maybe a middle ground there would be to have at least one buy-in worth of pay jumps between the min cash and the FT. It's pretty heavy up top though already. 30x your money. $287,000 up top. Edward just premium after premium.
Well, getting better every hand, right? Ace 5, Ace Jack, Ace Queen.
I can just
It's
sense...
going to be like pocket threes next.
I can just sense somebody just trying to push back a bit light and Edward showing up with the goods. Robovic will have to give up a pretty looking holding. There it is, Mike Takayama. Thankfully the same hand. It's one thing if Edward was raising after a long time. Mike could consider respecting the under the gun open. But Edward has just been so active. Surely Mike thinks this is the time to take a stand. Indeed. Grabs all of it.
It's not the snap. Oh.
Wow.
There you go. Wow, then Edward can get away. Maybe.
Ace Queen, Ace Queen, Ace King. What a setup.
A rejam from Wayne is definitely going to get rid of Edward Yam. Oh no.
He's priced in.
No, it's not. He's saying he didn't know Wayne called. Wow.
Are we sure about that?
Yes, that's what he's saying in Cantonese.
Wow.
That's a misstep. No, it's not. Like, he would have folded, for sure. He said he didn't know Wayne made the call.
Yeah, to be clear, I was
From the big
implying
blind.
that maybe he thought he was priced in. I agree. He was certainly not priced in to call off Ace Queen there.
No. What I meant was sorry.
Yeah.
What I meant was Edward would not.
He would have
be
folded.
calling. Yeah, he would have folded.
Wow, tricky misstep. I wonder if he gets rewarded somehow for it. Does have the only diamonds and a queen right in the window.
Cold.
Doesn't make a difference to the fortunes of Wayne. Unfortunately, he would have been eliminated by Takayama nonetheless. But this case.
Oh wow, that's a cold deck.
One of the two queens knocking out Wayne Hung. Getting unlucky twice. Tony actually taps him on the shoulder, recognizing and empathizing with the bad luck. I was sensing some sort of an elimination coming, but this is certainly not how I saw it happening. We do lose our 14th place finisher in the form of Wayne Hung.
Congratulations, Wayne. You have come a long way.
Hard luck, sir. Does happen sometimes.
From beating me in the high roller event to the super high roller event.
Poker can be a cruel mistress, but as they said in The Godfather 2, this is the life we've chosen. Gotta take the bad beats along with the suckouts that you sometimes deliver.
Slowly, the viewership is climbing up. We are hitting 300 viewers. Thank you for tuning in. Please give us a like And if you really like our commentary, subscribe to the channel because we have plenty more.
How about this? If you like our commentary, subscribe. And if you don't, just hit like. That seems fair.
I find it difficult to believe anyone would not like our commentary.
Wow.
I want my like numbers.
Hubris. Did not see that coming from you, Steven. Where's the humility?
It's mainly because you are doing such a great job.
Ah, there it is. Smooth man.
No more money jump, I still hope.
Philosophy training.
And Jun, who's just made an impressive short stack masterclass performance, now jams the king jack.
Well, you know why he's doing this? Because he's made the pay jump.
That's right.
The shackles are off.
Good timing. Edward will be letting it go.
No money jump. No money jump gamble.
No money jump.
If you got money jump, I'll remind you, okay? No money jump.
So Tony is telling Wu Jung that if there's a pay money jump, he will remind him.
He don't have a money time bank automatic for. Very smart.
So there's few reasons someone could bust, right? And then Hollywood will live, right?
I mean, still is good. Still is good, you know?
Must be good fun having Tony Lin at the table. Always keeping up everyone on their toes with his wit. Yam is discussing something. I think he's getting colored up. Robovic putting his remaining 6 big blinds with ace-5 suited. Maybe a call from the small blind from Edward Yam with ace-6 suited. So he's asking for a count. Go on, Ed.
I'm thinking back to this exact scenario. There's some sort of deja vu. I believe the ace-5 eliminated the ace-6 with a straight on the river. Edward knows the maths.
So here's a trivial bit of information about Edward. He was trained as an accountant.
Oh, he definitely knows the math then. You think that helps in poker? Can't hurt.
Maybe.
Comfort with
Not
numbers?
sure. Not sure. Well, my partner at HKPPA was a trained accountant as well. Sparrow Zheng, also a high roller regular.
I'm familiar with him.
He qualified through Deloitte, actually. He was a Deloitte person.
Robovic stacking up. Man from Serbia has put on another clinic in terms of grinding a short stack. Did end up getting gifted a bunch of chips on the hard stone cold bubble, picking up aces, but certainly had to work for his meals.
No money jump, you can gamble.
This is interesting. The chip leader has ace-9 suited on the button. Facing Tony's open. Pretty standard 3-bet spot once you have the chip lead, I suppose. Yeah, in come the bricks. Each of those are 100k. He only has 4. I think he's going to announce a sizing to the dealer.
$58,000.
580.
580,000.
How much? 580.
Tiny 3-bet. a sign of a lot of strength, perhaps? Tony has one of those hands that is dominated so often that despite the size of the 3-bet, I don't think he can continue in this hand. Lets it go. Nicely done by Edward.
Edward is a very driven poker professional, and he likes to set targets for himself. So last year he spent practically no time in MTT. So he said he wants to concentrate on his cash games in Macau. So he literally played like 2-3 series. And then for 2024, he's made plans to play as many as in MTT as possible.
I love this. It makes so much sense to keep it fresh.
You know, and he gets all the operators' schedules out, and then just lays it out and says, okay, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. He just came back from Paris for the EPT event, and before that he was in Malaysia for another organizers event, and then APT, and then off. You know, he's all planned out.
Consummate pro, a grinder,
a good one at that.
Jun once again has a hand to go with, and this time will get resistance from the equivalent stack of Robovic. We might be on the verge of an elimination here, one way or the other. These two have almost dead even stacks.
And considering the chips have been counted recently, I think the counts are correct on the system. Yep, let's go.
Do you cover me? Yeah. Okay.
I don't think I've said this today yet. It's a classic flip.
Classic flip, and a high stakes one at that. One of these players will either effectively or actually be out of the tournament, and the other will have a comfortable 15+ big blind stack. Talk about the equity value of this, and the ace-5 flop heavily favors Robovic. Jun has to be crushed. Robovic can't help but smile a bit. It's not over till it's over. The 7 was pretty close, but we need a red 8, or we do lose Junhao Wu. 7 and 9, but that wraps up the story for Jun. Well played, sir. Goes out in 12th place, gets a hug from Punat, and fist bumps all around. $21,000 is what 12th place is good for. And with that, we're down to 11-5 on our table, 6 on the outer table. Things are getting serious.
They are already discussing what events to play tomorrow. So here's a question I'd like to throw at you. What's the difference between a dedicated professional versus an addict? So nobody would call, I don't know, Roger Federer a tennis addict.
Probably is a tennis addict.
So they're the same. So
I think it's like a subset thing. I think maybe all the best professionals are somewhat addicted to the game. You have to be. Especially poker, it has so many downs along with the ups that unless you're addicted in a very perhaps non-medical sense of the term, where you just enjoy it enough, the endorphins keep flowing as long as you're playing. You do need that, but yeah, I'm mindful because, you know, addict does have some baggage attached to it as a word when it comes to other things such as substances and indeed gambling, which poker, I never deny, is a form of. So, you know, if you can't help it, if you find yourself playing against your will, there's a lot of options to get some help.
Well, you know, Robovic might not want to push the ace-10 suited, is against his will, but Silva is telling him that he needs to.
Nice little segue there, Steven.
I'm learning from Tony Lin, huh?
I do think poker professionals come in all shapes and sizes. I remember even Tom Dwan back in the day, in his young gun era.
So you talk about a thin one, yeah? Sorry.
Thin Tom Dwan. He was he was giving some interview, and he said that he essentially implied he was playing poker to make money. And if somebody gave him, at the time, $100 million, which sounds like an insane amount of money, but the way Tom Dwan was going at the time certainly seemed reasonable in terms of what his lifetime poker earnings would be. He said he would quit that day. So it's not like he was addicted to poker. He just saw it as the best, most EV thing he could do with his life at the time, monetarily speaking.
But it's, you know, like addiction is I totally agree with you, because it's a term full of baggages, right? But no one would call an accountant an accounting addict.
That's right.
Even though they do it, like they spend 10 hours a day doing it. Nor would you say you're addicted to a cat, even though you love the cat, you know, you'd care for it.
There's the old Norm Macdonald throwaway joke. When asked if he's an alcoholic, he said, no, I only drink when I work, and I'm a workaholic.
There it is.
There's all kinds of ways around it. Anything you're addicted to, Steven?
Talking.
That explains a lot. I did give you a nice little opportunity to name drop Rachel there, but I'm just saying you missed an obvious alley-oop.
She's offline.
Ah, I see.
Save it when she comes back, all right? I'll give you a nudge.
Noted.
No. The reason I asked that question is because I've been working as a volunteer for a gambling problem charity.
That's great. I think you're a great candidate to do that.
Being an addict myself, reformed addict.
Well, I think, you know, both you and I, for instance, certainly wouldn't call ourselves addicted to poker. I mean, we love the game. We would hate to quit the game, but surely, if I asked you to, if I forced you to, if I requested you to, you'd be open to do it. So somebody who really understands what it can be is the only one who can advise those who've maybe, through no fault of theirs, gotten in a bit too deep.
I've actually been using mathematics as a way of explaining that certain gambling games are so unprofitable that you will end up digging yourself into a big hole. You know, like using logic and reason to, and it works on some people, you know, because addiction is quite irrational. But yeah, I find it, you know, interesting. And despite what you said earlier, you know, I don't really consider poker gambling in many ways.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'll actually think like a retail investor trading stocks and shares more gambling than poker.
That is, of course, gambling. I used to be.
That is, of course, gambling. Wow, like that.
I used to be a public market investor, and I was surrounded by some of the best in the world that were doing it. Harvard, Stanford MBA graduates only were hired at the firm I worked for.
Are you telling me something?
Well, no. I was a junior guy, so the senior guys were only...
With your Hermes tie?
Only HBS and GSB graduates. That's Harvard and Stanford Business School, respectively.
Wow.
And they got it wrong so often, but they were humble. They understood. It was very much like poker. You don't win every hand. You don't win every investment. It's about being up long-term and beating the market. Meanwhile, most retail guys, just like most people who are new to poker, don't think about it that way. Don't even track their results in a way that allows them to realize that they're somewhat addicted. And now with the gamification on Robinhood and other such apps, it becomes very endorphin causing. But leaving that aside for a moment, I think it's great what you're doing, and it can be a real problem. It's just like anything else. I mean, the whole world drinks alcohol. A certain percentage struggle with it. A certain subset of that have addiction problems. It's the same with poker. Can be fun for 99% of people out there. Just got to take care of the 1%.
Back to this hand. Takayama with ace-4 off. It's quite a difficult decision, actually. With the stack distribution,
Bigger money jump.
decided to
Bigger money jump.
get rid. Back to Edward Yam, the table captain right now with over 7 million in chips, 61 big blinds.
And take a look at this, Stephen. On the top left, only 10 players remaining, which actually means we're on the final table bubble.
Also means we can take a break.
That's right, indeed. We will take a break when we get to the final table.
Joking aside, because they need to set up the final table, they're going to redraw the seats when they reach the final 9. And then when we come back, we see the finalists of this amazing super high roller event. All to play for just yet. Top price hasn't changed. It's still over 280,000 American dollars.
Let me recount, by the way, some of the players we lost who were not on our feature table. Familiar face Alexandros Theologis, the player from Greece, was a part of the Superstar Challenge yesterday, and for 2 bullets, in fact. Has been eliminated in 13th place, does walk away with 21,000. And Isaac Haxton, by the way, the beneficiary of his chips. So Isaac up to 5.7 million in chips.
Vincent Huang still in?
Let's take a quick look. Wayne, of course, got eliminated from our table, which we did see. Outer table chip counts include Vincent Huang having a decent stack. Anson Zhang, of course, still in there. Wingpo Lu, now a familiar face because
Andy
he was Andy Liu because of his presence. Was he part of the influencer event first?
No. He was at the Natural 8 Hong Kong event.
Natural 8 Hong Kong event, and I went on to do well there, and then did really well in some of the high rollers that series.
Also a bracelet winner.
And a bracelet winner. And I believe Sung Shu, or what is, I think Artie went by.
Oh, he's
still
doing
around.
Okay. And you're not spoiler alerting anything, right? This is
10 players remaining, and I
Okay.
believe I counted
You named
out
5?
I named. We did miss out on one player from Malaysia, who's still in as well. Tian, I believe. We haven't had a chance to have him on the feature table, so we're not as familiar. So a couple of names missed. Could, of course, be part of the eliminated ones. Once again, APT.poker is where you have live reporting updates, and the live reporting team is excellent at not spoiling things as they pertain to the feature table, which is 30 minutes behind, thanks to the stream delay to protect the integrity of the game.
Appreciate your very sensible comment, Mark Brian Avallo. I'm going to repeat it here. We can say if it's an addiction if and only if you have a bad effect when you did the action, and your friends and family are also affected by your addictive actions. Thank you. That's one approach to the problem. It's actually a very complex social problem, and I'm very glad that you kind of summarize it in one way. Is this real time or delayed? It is delayed by 30 minutes. 30 minutes. It's like a time machine.
All poker streams, of course, have to be delayed by 30 minutes, but our commentary is live. So if you want to interact with us, Apichai and chat.
Very good.
Do realize that we are reporting live. We ourselves are seeing a stream that is 30-minute delayed. And that's, of course, to make sure that the game remains protected. The players cannot find information on what each other have.
May I pick up on that point as well? Because we did a stream for a bunch of YouTubers in Hong Kong, and they decided to not delay the streams. So they were actively looking at the phone. Oh, you have ace 10 off.
That's an issue.
And they're just like, they're just having a blast, really, just messing around.
I like it. I like it as a twist. It's like a home game.
Yeah. And oh, you have ace 10 off? Well, I only have ace 9. Well, let's see if we can chop. And just call off. It was very funny. That one, we had 6,000 concurrent viewers.
Oh, wow. Punat, by the way, takes the spot to 3-bet jam. Effectively jam anyway. And Edward should find the fold here. Was opening very light. Punat just has a keen sense of what's going on. Edward being the biggest stack, late position in the cutoff is going to open so wide. King Queen suited, more than good enough for Punat to apply the pressure.
Bottom of his range, King 8 off from the cutoff.
I don't know if it's the bottom, by the way. Edward has been fairly aggressive, making the most of his giant stack. I wouldn't have been surprised to see even lower cards in there. But certainly you're right that it's going to be part of his folding range. Or did you mean bottom of his calling range?
No, folding.
Because he just grabbed chips.
Racing.
And I was like, wait a minute. Worth a time bank, apparently, Steven. Would this be way too loose? That is what he decides. Does burn a time bank, though. But
No more time bank?
since he's a favorite rather, to be on the final table, you do get extra time banks.
Edward Yam, definitely, and very, very, very experienced player. If there was ever a player you can describe as a street poker player, that would be Edward.
What does street poker mean in this sense, you think?
I don't know. Like Street Fighter.
Really?
Like, he not a fighter. Like, he played very small games, very big games. Enjoys the game. Understands dynamic better than anyone I know. Table dynamic. We were talking about if you don't identify a fish at the table, it'll be you. He's very good at identifying spots at the table. Here we go. We have the payout again. The next pay jump will jump from 24,000
to 29, I believe. And as we've cut to the pay jumps here, just waiting for confirmation.
Think that's an elimination.
That in fact we have had an elimination, and we are down to the final table of 9 players. Let me just take a quick look as to who has been eliminated. Isaac Haxton versus Vincent Huang got into a cooler situation. Aces versus queens, and Isaac Haxton now has 12 million chips heading in to this final table. Blinds are going to be 80,000, 160,000. Isaac Haxton, who has not been a presence at the feature table today, is coming into the final table as a chip leader, something nobody ever wants to hear. As we cut to a break before we reset and come back to you with the final table, you do not want to go anywhere, not after the news I just gave you. So make sure you stick around. We will be right back with the final table of the APT Super High Roller, playing for that incredible $287,000 up top.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience Trust the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
还干不过2个而已。今天太废了，AK 对2家 A 兄。最好进这一区吧。对啊。是吧，麦？对对吧。1分。
好。
most 的探场。
All right, once again, it's only call on table 3. This time, seat number 8. Dean Channel from Singapore goes all in with the Queen 6-2. And the coach stack Edward from Hong Kong called with the Queen 5-off.
Queen nobody goes. Queen 4.
Let's see the clock.
Yeah, 3.
Wow.
Welcome to 7 high. 7, 4, 6.
要chop
So I got open-ended.
要chop 的牌变成这样。
And the second pair of the queen kicker. Let's see the turn. Turn comes the 9 of spades. Let's see the river.
Wow.
River comes to 8 of diamonds. Everyone makes it straight. 1 point.
small ones, please. Jack of clubs saved the day every time. Let's go.
No. Jack bust out with Jack.
Good game, guys. Good game. Good. Yeah, you got it.
I look like a 5.看一下哪个奖杯的，看哪个奖杯。对，
I think I saw her again.
哪个奖杯给这个？哪一个奖杯？
I'll just say what I know and then it's fair. Maybe a low diamond to.
摸一下。
Yeah. Don't show that.
And hard flat. Yeah, basically, yeah.
No, it just flashed when he was folding.
I folding, he saw a card and I opened it.
Yeah, just by chance. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
Locked yourself. $5.20, so $6.30. I got pocket rockets. I'm serious. Is it okay if I take 20 seconds or yeah? Sorry, I have pocket rockets. I'm serious. I'm honestly not joking. I don't want to talk to you. I'm cooling. I have not.
Ace Jack. Ace King.
Five diamonds, we will both be happy.
Can get 5 diamonds.
We'll both be happy. No, all 5 also.
left. Total penalty. Not call?
I think we should wait.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think we're supposed to announce it either, right? We shouldn't just do it.
Ace queen.
Combo.
Supposed to keep it quiet, right? I think.
Super high order, there's all in call on table 3.
King jack. Ace 3.
C3, Wally Adar is holding ace 3 suited heart. The seat number 8, Ong Ding Sha from Singapore are holding pocket jack. Let's see the flop. Ace of the flop, ace of spade, 9, 8 of hearts, ace 3, top pair at the flush draw. Let's see the turn.
It's my OU.
Mine. Lucky one.
Turn of the king of hearts.
Count please.
Let's see the river.
这个没办法，这个是干不了。
River comes in king of spade.
390.
The short stack goes up.
You gamble so much. Ace high. Put him alive.
Should I call?
Left fold.
Fold.
Pull up.
335.
Chop.
Most of the time shot.
Alright, once again, it's all in call on table 3. This time, seat number 8. Dean Channel from Singapore goes all in with the queen 6 on 2. And the forward stack at Williams from Hong Kong calls with the queen 5 on.
Queen nobody calls. Queen 4.
Let's see the flop.
Yeah, 3.
Wow.
Flop comes to 7 high. But 7, 4, 6.
要 chop
So I got it open-ended.
要 chop 的牌变成这样。
Dean Channel and the second pair of the queen kicker. Let's see the turn. Turn comes the 9 of spades. Let's see the river.
Wow.
River comes to 8 of diamonds, everyone makes it straight.
Very good way to jinx ourselves before even looking at the cards. Wait, let me see.
No, I think that guy.
If I have crash, then I'll start agreeing with. Yeah. We're not bubbling on that.
These guys are the boy. You see? Streamy, always play luck. With no hair.
Oh, yeah.
He's my buddy. He's Bubble Boy. He nicknamed Bubble Boy. Yeah. You look like a funny Bubble Boy again.
I think he knows. He senses we're talking about him.
Bubble Boy!
But like, you know, if he's the bubble boy, he'll take it like a gentleman. So we're safe if he bubbles. Nothing's going crazy.
He first time played poker last year. Make a 3 final table 2. And he won a 2 for straight.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw he won 1. Yeah, he's crushing it.
He won 2.
He's crushing it.
3 final table.
The only one representing Lithuania here, I think.
I think nobody played like a poker and 3 final table, the first 3 even 3 final table.
He might have been watching Poker Go the last 5 years, taking reads on everyone, and they never played with him, and yeah.
What? Man, our table came for too much. It's queen. Is that 1 queen? No queen? 1 queen.
Similar step.
Alright, super high roller final day. Once again, the only call on table 3. This time, C2. The caller from Canada goes all in. And C3. And he's on call. Let's see.
Wow, what the hell? Amazing.
Corners only 8-4 off 2. And pocket 8-6.
That was real cool. That ace 4 is still good.
Alright, let's see the flop. Flop comes a jack high, jack 9-7 rainbow. That's the turn. Turn comes the king of hearts, that's the reroll.
I don't know if
Cover
you
or
can
not?
more.
Maybe not cover.
How much will cover?
Here comes the 6 of club, that's counter service.
Stay down.
Just say one. It was a very good structure, and the average step's only 20 big, so it's for sure being slow there.
160.
Collect. A professional with shopping.
Jack of clubs save the day every time. Let's go.
No. Jack busts out with Jack.
Good game, guys. Good. Yeah, you got it.
Queen 10 all in.
Please. Hold. Please hold.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Taipei 2024. This is the APT Super High Roller event. We are down to 9 players. The final table is upon us. Look at this pay structure. Top prize pays 287,000 US dollars, and the min pay will be 28,000. That's a 10 times difference between coming 9th or coming first. I am Stephen Lai. I've been joined by Vidu Singhal. How are you today, sir?
Doing very well, and just reeling from the excitement of how we got down to this final table. It was not on the feature table, of course. Mr. Isaac Haxton, aka Ike, aka N-Boss as we've been calling him, is coming into this final table with a monster chip lead, thanks to the aces versus queens hand against Vincent Huang, where he basically found a full double up to come into this final table. This is not something anybody wants to see, Isaac Haxton with a monster chip lead on the final table. But these are all sickos in their own right. Super high rollers, of course, by definition. I'm sure they have a game plan, and I'm excited to see how things proceed.
I was told during the break that Ike jumped straight into this super high roller event after his journey at the Superstar Challenge. First hand, he picked up queens and got cracked by sevens.
Oh.
That was the first hand yesterday.
So he's in for 2 bullets.
Then, and then. So, unfortunately, he's bracket 4.
Well, there you go. He's at least recovered 3, and he has a monster chip lead, so looking good towards the odds are breaking even. We are 9-handed, of course, which is how we kick off final tables, even when we are playing at 8 max, such as this tournament.
Back to the action. From the hijack position, Robovic opens his ace-jack off. Oh, Edward Yam in the small blind with pocket jacks. So that's a funny Mandarin joke that I could tell about pocket jacks, but I will save that for the main event.
What a tease.
Thank you.
Right. It's going to be off to the races. 7-3. Jacks versus ace jack. Robovic is at risk with ace jack off, looking for an ace or some runner flush possibilities. flop comes King 10-3. So the flush, dream of a flush is burst straight away. Still looking for an ace, but this time adding a queen. Pairing up the king doesn't help anyone. Well, doesn't help Robovic for sure. Still down to the queens and the aces. River comes a 9, and we have an elimination.
That was quick. We're down to the final 8. Robovic had a great run, by the way.
Yeah.
Spun up a small stack, finishing in 9th. Technically made the final table, walking away with $28,000 for his efforts. GG, sir.
Well done, Robovic from Serbia, not from France nor Brazil. Look at this. Isaac Haxton, 12 million in chips. Closely followed by Edward Yam. And then we have Anson Zheng.
Big gap there between second and third place. 60 bigs for Edward and about 30 for Anson.
You know, I don't know why, but I keep thinking, I've got this feeling about Takayama.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Let's test the theory today, I guess.
There's no logic to it, but I just think he just doesn't seem to want to lose. You know, he's sticking around. He got hit really hard in the first session of the day. Grinding back up. Still here. In it to win it. But we are...
Did come in as the chip leader.
Correct.
Into day 2, of course.
And then took a massive hit down to like 12 big blinds. And then just grinding back up. But we do have, you know, Takayama, Tony Lin, Punat, Loon, and Sungju. They are all kind of around, well, below 10 big blinds. So there will be some quick elimination in this level, I think. We are at 80,000, 160,000, hand 87. Off we go.
Money jump.
I'll be careful.
Huh?
I will be careful.
Really be careful, okay? Bigger money jump.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Be very careful indeed.
400
Isaac Haxton with pocket queens.
380.
So Victor is telling us Punat in line to collect all 3 big trophies. Of course, because he won the main event and also the High Roller event. And now the only thing that's missing from his cabinet is the Super High Roller event, all within 9 months.
Well, to be fair, the true golden lion trifecta, which again Punat is well primed to be the first to complete, would be the 3 massive lions that we have at the APT. The main event, which Punat certainly has, the gold-plated one. The one for this event, which I confirmed, by the way, Stephen, pewter. So that's the one on offer here. And then the one for the 2-day high roller, which actually Punat's friend Bachara won at APT Taipei last time. Punat will, I'm sure, be playing that event depending on how the main goes. So certainly an APT trifecta will be one of the biggest accomplishments, at least for our festival.
Oh, Puchara, I haven't seen him this series yet.
Oh, wait just a second. Sungju is all in against the Queens of Haxton.
With like 7 big blinds or something.
Less than that, it seems. Closer to 3, and
3
this
big
is
blinds.
GG time, it seems, unless there's a backdoor out. Not to be.
GG.
How quick was that? We're down to 7.
Dropping like
flies.
Confetti.
And Ike is just in vacuum cleaning mode. Getting queens this time, ironically the hand that he essentially coolered to get his mountain of chips against Vincent Huang on the final table bubble.
Ironically, that was his first hand at the Super High Roller event. Apparently I was told that yesterday after he left the field of Superstar Challenge. He jumped straight into the Super High Roller event. First hand, he picked the pocket queens, got it in with pocket 7s against pocket 7s, and somehow lost that flip. It's not a flip, but you know, lost that all in. Went back to the cashier desk, straight in, and here he is. with over 1.5 million in chips, or 15 million in chips.
That was real APT if we bust out, right?
Anson Zheng at the big blind.
If we bust out and 8, that'd be real APT.
One of the most accomplished cash game players ever graced Hong Kong. Decided to have a go at MTT about 5 years ago. I remember there was one event in Macau. We sat down, me and him, for a few drinks after I was still a player then. And then he was like, oh, he was asking me for advice in MTT because he never really tried it. And he said, oh, he really set his sight at a very small event, like a 5,000 Hong Kong buy. If I can win that trophy, that'd be amazing. And look at him now at the super high roller event at APT Taipei. Loon's jamming his 1.2 million. That's about 7 big blinds, I would say. Ace 4 off from hijack. Edward Yam gets out of the way. Ace 3 off. Tony Lin, of course. Anson from the big blind. Puts it in. Yeah, it's like, sorry, but I have to call. It has to be like something really big, like kings. Yes. There you go. What better feeling than having pocket kings from the big blind? And Ed just told Anson in Cantonese that he folded an ace.
Unfortunate.
I'm sure the graphic will reflect that. So it was, if without the removal, it would have been about 30% chance. With that removal, reducing by the 6-7%.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or all diamonds.
Slight issue with the graphics, as you can tell.
You need a 6.
Yeah, 3.
As we get this hand over with, we'll attempt at fixing them, but you can't see on the screen an ace or a 4 needed.
Anything pointy. Slow and steady. For the real.
You need 2 sides.
There's a juice. Another elimination.
Wow.
3 hands.
Down to
3
6.
busts. There we go.
We will indeed have to take a very quick break while staying with us on the screen to try and fix the graphical error. Should take about 4 or 5 minutes. Let's take a quick look at the players left on the table. We see Tony Lin, seat 1. Classic white jacket we've been hyping up. He's approaching almost 10 million in lifetime earnings. You mentioned the player from Hong Kong. Well, if he started playing 4 or 5 years ago, he's accumulated 750,000 in lifetime earnings.
2 bracelets.
2 bracelets. And let's not forget, the first place score will take him to above 1 million. Maybe a milestone he's shooting for. Of course, we see Punat right next to him. 13 million in lifetime earnings. Thailand's #1 all-time player. An absolute legend and ambassador for the game, and a huge supporter of the APT. Always a pleasant sighting. Next up, we have the man, the myth, the legend himself. We were discussing Lester Edoc's performance, approaching 2 million. Mike Takayama, I mean, he's just been crushing it on behalf of the Philippines for so long. He's here to add another $287,000 to his impressive $2.7 million in lifetime earnings, which would take him above the 3 million mark. So already Philippines all-time money list second place holder. Who do we have after that? None other than Mr. Isaac Haxton. And while we're discussing all-time money, maybe Ike is just a different stratosphere altogether. One of the top poker players of all time, a true GOAT of the game. Mr. N-Boss himself, I believe over 45 million, if I remember correctly from yesterday, in lifetime earnings.
GPI #1 last year.
Indeed. Then of course we have Edward Yam, who's been playing exceedingly well.
A hero of mine. Love that boy. Go Ed. But you were saying something about Anson taking his lifetime earning above $1 million.
Oh, my apologies. I was actually referring. That actually applied to Edward. Yeah.
Edward, yeah, that's what I thought.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Both players from Hong Kong, got them confused.
Anson's obviously had a little bit more than that because with 2 bracelet wins, that would take him over $1 million, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, 3.6 million. But I'll let you in for a secret because he's such a high stakes cash game player. $1 million USD would be a buy-in for him in his cash games.
Whoa. I think you just outed him.
So there you go. 319 viewers got to know that secret.
To those of you joining us, perhaps only as we've hit the final table, and of course, to those of you who have been around for most of the day, seeing the journey to how we got here, welcome back and welcome. It's going to be an exciting final table. We've dropped 3 players already, believe it or not, down to just 6. We were discussing how, because players took a long time getting from effectively 23 down to the bubble of 20, and then kind of stuck around the 14-15 player mark for a long time, that the stacks would get mighty shallow by the time we made the final table. Perhaps that's exactly what's playing out, to a certain extent the cards themselves.
There are a lot of shout-outs for Mike Takayama on Facebook as well. Natural 8. So they're teasing Pinat, you got to play Natural 8 as an ambassador.
I think from a strategy standpoint, we have to think about what 3 players dropping means for the pay jumps, which are finally relevant after joking about them for a long time. $67,000 guaranteed to the next player out. Not a bad day at the office, and by the way, Ike with his 4 bullets is well into the profit zone. Next up, $85,000, and then we get into the 6-figure scores. $106,000 to 4th place, $129,000 to 3rd, $195,000 to 2nd. Once the graphics are back up, I've been told we're about a minute away from that. We will get to see the stack sizes. We know Ike is an overwhelming chip leader.
Edward isn't far behind, actually.
Anson also took care of a small elimination, thereby getting him a few extra chips. Players patiently waiting. So those of you in chat, surely with these superstars, you have some favorites. Let's hear it. I know I'd be piping up for a few players if I wasn't professionally unbiased. Let's forget the chip stacks and the relative strengths of your stack size for the moment. Who would you be rooting for?
Well, it's hard to go against Haxton, right? You know, he's got the skills, he's got the experience, he's got, you know, if Lau Ka-Fai was correct, he's got the Morse code, which is obviously a joke. Also, he's got the chip stack. So, Haxton, you cannot go against him. I very, very much biased towards Anson and Edward, you know, being my fellow countrymen. Look at that hair. I mean, it looks just like a bird's nest. It's fantastic. And by the way, I spoke to Edward during the break. He didn't know his shirt was a New York Mets hoodie either. He just thought, I just thought it looked nice. So the players are off the table because the glitch is being fixed right as we speak. So bear with us. I think it's going to be another
1 minute.
1 minute.
Indeed. Just informed by our efficient production staff. So the players should be coming back shortly.
And you can hear me talking to Edward here. We're discussing the ace-queen hand from earlier. When Mike Takayama jammed his ace-queen. Well, 3-bet jam his ace-queen. And then Wayne Hearn called off 12.5 big blinds with ace-king. And then Edward was reluctantly had to call off his ace-queen. little did he know that he could spike a queen on the flop to eliminate Wayne Hearn. Look at these three beautiful trophies. Super High Roller, the main event, and the High Roller event. Did you say something about the trophy maker being a world-class production house?
Pewter expert, apparently, and making trophies for, well, even bigger sporting events than the one we're running here, such as Formula One, amongst others.
Wow. Maybe I should contact them about my HKPB event next, coming up in April. So, borrowing a little bit of TV time to plug my own event, April the 4th of April, at the Asia Poker Arena in Taipei. It's going to be a fun event. So what do you think lions really symbolize poker? You know, like you've seen the video Mike Sizer made about how he thought, you know, lion poker. You know, what's the view on it?
Well, firstly, I love the trophy. Again, my bias, I guess, has to be doubted, but there's something about the ferocity of lions that I think applies particularly to tournament poker. Also symbolizing Asia in a way, of course, common animal, and also the heritage.
Not that common.
Not that common, but a common animal used to symbolize Asia. I'm personally from India, where we lean more towards the tigers because they're more indigenous. And we're back to the action, by the way, and Tony's woken up with kings. Must be nice. Must be nice.
$12 big blinds. Are we going to see that no gumbo, no future patch being placed in front of him? See, I think the lion really is like an MTT pro, because they spend a lot of time observing and just wait for the right moment to pounce.
There we go. I like that way better.
Oh, you know me. I think that's what a lion does, right? Well, at least that's what my cat does at home.
Actually, the lion, I believe, sends the lioness to hunt. Indeed.
Is that right?
So good luck making that metaphor work. Meanwhile, we have a situation here, Stephen. Look at this. Pocket Kings has opened from the cutoff, and Punath has ace-jack with 11 bigs in the small blind.
1.2 million.
Yeah, he commits, and he's going to face the music here. Bit of a cooler.
Oh, Tony's going to go on. Gamble too much, says Tony Lin. The right, 30%.
I love your hand with your king.
But a lucky dealer.
Lucky dealer, says Tony Lin. Punat is so well loved by his fellow poker pros that you can actually see Anson looking like, oh shit, oh no. You know, you're going to get eliminated. You know, you could almost see a bit of sadness in Anson's eyes. Okay, here comes the flop. That's a jack. Equity hasn't changed at all because Punat has picked up more outs in terms of 2 more jacks. 3 aces. 2 jacks. Turns a 7. Doesn't help anyone. Let's see the river. That's a queen.
Close. It was paint.
Unfortunately, the next elimination is Punat Punsri from Thailand. All around good guy. Excellent poker pro. His dream of collecting all 3 big lions will have to wait another session.
For the moment, walks away, though, $67,000 richer.
Trip saver.
Does not apply to the likes of Punat with over 13 million in earnings. Mr. Thailand #1, absolute gentleman of the game. GG, sir. And then there were 5. How quickly there were 5.
5 hands. I think we just won. This game is
All eyes will be on Mike Takayama with 11 big blinds. Would it be a double up or a taxi home? During the break, I was walking along the around the venue and I saw the main event in full flow. A lot of familiar faces from Hong Kong. Sparrow Chang's playing, Kalo Wang is playing, and one of the Natural 8 Hong Kong exclusive event qualifiers is also playing. His name is Jackson. You will see him in action on Tuesday, I believe. He is one of the most studied players I've met, youngster-wise. Very, 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 very Zolver based, memorizing all the lines pretty much. So we'll see how he does in a live environment.
Chat pointing out there are no wild lions in Asia. That's a great point. They're all in Africa, correct? But it's about what the lion represents and what it means in certain cultures.
North America as well, I think.
North America has lions? Well, there you go. It's about what it means, what it symbolizes, and certainly some cultures can co-opt things and make them their own. I feel like the lion does get associated with Singapore for one. Hey, and by the way, a lion is on the national emblem of India, I just remembered.
Is that right?
Yeah, not a tiger. The national tiger, the national animal rather, is a tiger. And the national emblem has lions in them.
There you go. And the HSBC Bank from Hong Kong, the mascot is a lion.
That's the thing with brands needing logos, which involve animals and fruits. There's only limited animals and fruits, so apple, orange, blackberry, they get taken pretty quickly. Then you start going down to the...
How about the Raspberry Pi?
Oh, there we go. Operating system.
No, it's a tiny, cheap computer.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Isn't it an it's like a Linux operating system? I know.
It's hardware. It's hardware.
Oh, it's hardware?
Yeah, it's
okay.
hardware. Yeah.
Did go to a techie school. I was around this stuff. I clearly did not learn enough by osmosis.
Defending his big blind against Anson Zhang's cutoff open. Haxton has 6-3 suited. Playing pretty deep here. Flop comes 2 diamonds. Can't say you will find a better flop with 6-3 suited. Anson's got middle pair. Probably will range bet, being the pre-flop racer from the cutoff. Anson Zhang, who used to be a banker, decided to quit his job to pursue a professional career in cash games. Very quickly, he was mixing with the very best in Macau.
And Isaac Haxton, in my head, was always just born to be a poker player. Found online poker.
He was a philosophy major.
Oh, very cool.
Turns
Just like you.
queen. Very cool.
Kindred spirits, you and Ike. Goes for the flat call, by the way. Considering the size of his chip stack, he could have gone for the check raise, but does not want to necessarily tango with the relatively decently sized stack of Anson. Goes check, check. Now Ike catches bottom pair. Is that enough for him to not want to bluff at it? He has to know that with Anson checking behind, Anson going to have some showdown value. Could be as low as a naked king, in which case the 3 would actually be the best hand. But Ike is not one to give up pots that easily and just hope your opponent is behind.
I need to interject here. There's not that many King X combos from cutoff open. That hasn't hit that board.
Good point. Very few.
Yep. Showdown. I have a 3. I have a 10. This is one of those kind of very fair poker hand, isn't it? You know, whoever was in front stayed in front until right at the end. No bluffing, it's just who's got the better cards. Can we keep poker like this for every situation?
I'll tell you what, part of the reason it went that way is simply because of the size of Anson's stack being respectable. Otherwise, Ike is not interested in fair poker hands, I'll tell you that. And you know what, Stephen? Neither am I. As our friend Adi Wadwani likes to say, let's see some blood. Blood on the streets.
Hey, he hasn't commented yet. Adi, where are you? Adi Wan Kenobi.
He's probably taking care of his newborn, who he named Ace, by the way.
You never.
For real. Don't ever doubt his commitment. As Tony G would say, his heart and commitment to the game.
A mutual friend of ours.
Oh,
Ben.
wait just a second here, Stephen. Look at the ICM pressure. Ace 9 off, folded, 5-handed. Under the gun is the same as the hijack, mind you. 5-handed.
Takayama is super short, right? Now, a mutual friend of ours, Ben Wilson, is expecting a newborn. And guess what?
Wow.
What he's gonna name him? Not Ace.
King.
Oh.
Flat from the small blind.
Flatting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sorry, you were saying Ben's plan to name his child the APT veteran, Ben Wilson.
Lion Wilson, no. Have a guess, have a guess. It's a Marvel character.
Ah, okay. Tony?
Not Tony Wilson. Well, no, it's actually the name of a character in the Marvel comic universe.
Oh, wait just a second. Let me pause on the guessing.
King and 7.
Ike has top pair, and Edward has a pair of 7s, middle pair, decent kicker, and these are monster stacks, 12 million and 9.3 million. Limped pot, small versus big. This is where disastrous situations can occur in poker, and both of them opt for pot control, respecting the size of each other's stacks. Hand changes nothing. Edward's pair a bit weaker now. Some excitement going on in the background, but some tension going on in this particular hand as we're short-handed here at the super high roller final table.
$340.
Big bet, wants to charge all the potential draws. Also gets to represent those draws and get called pretty light, including from hands such as the one Edward has, third pair on the board now.
Wow, that was such a quick call.
The only question is, does Ike get some extra value? And 8 is a very connected card, but small blind versus big blind, essentially a heads-up pot. Top pair is top pair. As long as there's no 4 to a straight on the board, top pair is so likely to be the best hand. It's very difficult to make a pair, much less top pair. Certainly difficult to make 2 pairs, so your opponent is unlikely to have that. And a lot of the hands that were draws on the turn, which Edward could have had, especially considering he called quick, like you pointed out, Stephen, would now have made a pair of 8s.
But I think we should not forget the fact that Edward just checked behind. So his range is reasonably merged towards these 8, 10, 7, and 5 combos. So it's not that unlikely that he's hit a 2 pair here.
He also does have the jack, one of the blockers to the absolute nuts on this board. Does he want to get frisky against not only the chip leader, but also one of the best in the world? Instead, he makes a disciplined and correct laydown. Ike had gone pretty polar on his sizing. Very, very impressive stuff. Ike completely nailing the sizing he needed to go for. Unfortunately, Edward making the right decision. There you have it. Ike extending his lead just a bit, 12 million in chips. Looking at the chip count, maybe Ike has, give or take, 35% of the chips in play, 5-handed. That's pretty good. Certainly the odds-on favorite. The man in danger for the moment, Mike Takayama, down to just 10 big blinds.
How much? Oh, 16. Oh, yeah,
I imagine Tony Lin will be playing very snug from now on until the next elimination. Ace King off. Doesn't matter how snug you are, you're still going to play this combo. Opens it up. 320. Classic min click.
Undergun open position.
So another elimination possibility gone. So every time Mike Takayama folds, Tony Lin sighs. That's the dynamics, right? That's the you know, that's the game right now.
Certainly, now that we're talking about pay jumps that are very
Bye,
meaningful.
Christy.
Oh, bye-bye, Christy. That was very sweet. Wave to the camera. New dealer. Back to your point, Steven. The pay jump now is 19,000 USD. Almost 2 full buy-ins. Not to mention that coveted 6-figure score. Always feels nice for 4th place. This is what you grind for. This is when the stakes are at their absolute highest. You want to make sure you're making perfect decisions to the extent you can.
Oh, UTG. Mike Takayama with Queen Jack off. Let's get a push. Perfectly reasonable. Is Anson going to wake up with something callable? Nope. Yeah, he's looking twice, checking the clock. Takayama is going to pick up 2.5 big blinds. Not bad. From 10 to 12.5 big blinds.
Over 500 viewers now in total across platforms. We really appreciate all of you being here once again. Would love it if you could hit a like and subscribe. Let's not forget, this is day 4 of our streaming schedule, of our 11-day streaming schedule. Would you believe it? We're ending the high rollers for the moment with today. We started off with an all-star showdown, a superstar challenge. Shifted midway through the day on day 2 of the superstar challenge to the National Cup final table, which was mighty exciting. Back to the super high roller today, the $10,000 buy-in you're looking at, all with incredible, groundbreaking, record-breaking prize pools. From tomorrow, Natural 8 tables. And then, of course, main event coverage. The main event has kicked off with Flight 1A today. A $2 million guarantee on the main event. Oh, here we go. Edward is fearless. We don't know his cards yet, but he's picked a good spot because Isaac was opening ace-2 saw off onto the gun. Don't see his cards yet, but Tony has woken up with ace queen. He has been respecting ICM. He's been somewhat jokingly saying the words money jump maybe 50 times already. And now the money jump might actually come into play. Again, under the gun, 5-handed is the hijack. So Ike is not only the chip leader, but in late-ish position. He's going to have a wide opening range. Edward has 3-bet, but he's 3-bet the biggest stack on the table, the only one that can eliminate him. That should narrow his range a little bit. Tony has ace-queen off.
Good fold.
And keeping everything I said in mind, I suspect he lets it go. Oh, Mike Takayama, the shortest stack. Completely different ball game, by the way, without needing to worry about ICM. Finds himself with ace-queen.
I think one major factor in Tony's decision-making was the fact that Mike Takayama was a big blind. Major factor.
And Mike Takayama gets it in. Edward makes a quick call. Let's see what he has.
It's a big hand. It's a big hand. Ace King it is.
All the aces were out. I think Tony sharing the bad news that he had one of the queens that Mike is looking for. And there's one of the queens that Mike is looking for. Domination rotation. Edward now looking for a king or a jack. 9 changes nothing. This is the bad beat Mike Takayama wants to deliver most of all. Can he hold?
Wow.
And he cannot! The jack! A cruel way to end things. We lose one of Philippines' best ever players in 5th place here at the Super High Roller, walking away with $85,000. And Tony Lin, by the way, with that fold of the ace-queen, has worked his way up to a 6-figure score, securing 4th place. Edward Yam might just be the chip leader now. We'll have to just wait a moment for the graphics to update. He's going to be close to Ike, that's for sure. Running out of place for his chips. Collecting the bricks of Mike Takayama.
Do you remember your crazy idea of not coloring up?
Yes, that's the way a tournament should run every once in a while. Don't color up chips. That way, the ultimate winner can see the mountains of chips and entries and souls he's collected on the way.
I tell you what, I will allow it if it's a 6 max sit and go. Anything more than 6 players, no chance.
Look how zen Edward looks, by the way, just calmly stacking his chips.
Oh,
He's seen it all, he's done it all before, but he does have, arguably, to the extent it matters, the lowest lifetime MTT earnings. You mentioned how he's specialized in all kinds of other games. He would cross the $1 million mark if he can somehow finish 1st place with that incredible 288,000 up top.
I'm 100% certain that he's played more $100 live tournaments than Haxton.
I don't know, Steve. I'd call you on that.
He was the Guinness World Record ITM record holder.
Yeah, in 1 year, but these internet guys...
No, live MTT.
Even live, I mean, knowing Isaac Haxton, when he started playing live, he probably grinded everything. These guys, we were talking about addictions, and certainly these guys are savants, essentially.
You can see straight away Tony Lin loses up. Just like that. Loosens up.
Gotta be careful, though.
Well, you know, in his mind, the shackles are off. He needs to play, he needs to grind it up. He knows his 25 big blind's not going to last him for a long time.
11 mil.
He needs to create
a little bit more than 11.
circumstances and situations and image for people to flip with him.
12, 11, 7.5.
It's so difficult to count.
Yeah, I know. It's very difficult. This 4, this 6 more.
So there's a lot of people talking about the flip out.
Very difficult to count.
So I'm sure the operator will look into it and get back to you, Mr. Kuma.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I think we're still having a little bit of a technical problem with the sensor. So once in a while we don't get to see players' cards, which is fun, which gives it more, you know, a mystery.
Sure, let's play along. Hansen raising it up from the cutoff. The dealer actually letting him know that the sensor's not being able to read his cards. He's trying his best, to be fair.
Like you would not meet a nicer guy at the table than Hansen. There's no ego, you know, always very respectful towards all the staff.
What is Ike thinking here? Can he apply pressure? ICM means that the middle stack is more likely to get squeezed. Tony Lin is the shortest stack, Hansen is the middle stack. Bit of a spelling error on Isaac's name, by the way. We just call him Ike. Yeah, the 3-bet takes it down. We might never find out what Hansen had, but Ike is just too strong. Completely understanding the dynamics and the game flow. Maybe even reading into the bet sizing. Little over 2x. You just cannot make the slightest misstep when you're surrounded by sickos and savants. Just another day at the office for Mr. Haxton. First time at the APT. His second event, I guess, after the Superstar Challenge. And here he is, chip leading with 4 players remaining. Surprise, surprise.
Oh, I think it'd be so great for the APT if he plays the main event, mixing with all the different level players.
That would be amazing. Certainly a win here should be seen as good superstition for Ike to consider.
King Jack suited, opening up from UTG. Folds to Edward, small blind. King 3 suited, no. Tony, no gamble. Takes it down. So it's going to be a little bit of tension until the next elimination. Tony Lin is still okay healthy with 23 big blinds.
I have a request for pay jumps once more in Facebook chat. Happy to oblige. 106,000 USD locked in for all the players. The final 4. Next place, 129,000 USD, so a $23,000 pay jump. After that, 195,000 USD. That's a big one. 66,000 pay jump right there. And then almost a $93,000 heads up to get you to the 288,000 USD top prize.
There you go. To achieve that, to reach that pinnacle, you need some good hands. And Edward is picked up a very pretty ace-queen off from the button. 400. There's only one thing he could do. And that's a race. Min click. Tony Lin went on about how he preferred 10 Jack over Ace 5 and folds. Wow, the hand kind of plays itself. Pocket 9s from the big blind.
This is tricky. Tony is shorter than Hansen. This hand is way too strong to simply flat from the big blind. How does he value the ICM here? He values it in the form of a huge 3-bet. 1.5 he announced, so over 3.75x, I guess.
or looking at it from the perspective number big blinds, there's going to be 7.5 big blinds. It's a big 3 bet. So Ed is asking Anson how much you playing.
And now the leveling war begins. Edward knows his perceived range on the button is very wide, but he's sitting with a premium. He also has his opponent well covered. Could this be a candidate to 4-bet? And if he 4-bets, does he want to do it in the form of a jam?
Like the way they were talking, like they were talking at a dinner table.
Just consummate pros.
And very good friends off the table.
Looks like he's eyeing just a call for the moment. Does not want to put a huge chunk of his own stack at risk. Goes with the low variance approach. Calls the 3-bet in position. This is a big pot. 3.3 in the middle, 5.8 effective in the stack of Anson.
Tony Lin must be quietly happy here.
King, 10, 5, 2 spades. Gut shot to Broadway for Edward. 9 still the best hand, but 2 overs. Nobody can be too comfortable. This is one of those tricky MTT situations. How do you navigate pocket 9s after 3-betting them out of position? Has to continuation bet. A range bet, you might call it. Certainly can have ace, king, pocket 10s. Even aces in this spot. $900,000 is the bet. Has downsized.
No, it's 900. That was 10.
Take one back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Take a one back and put it.
Yeah. It's so complicated.
And 900 might just be affordable enough for Edward. Simply draw to Broadway. Indeed, that is what occurs. The board gets even more dangerous for the pocket 9s. Edward knows in position he might have a chance to take it away from his opponent, even if he does not hit. King is a great card for the pocket 9s. Reduces the likelihood your opponent has a king. But still a very tricky situation to navigate with the 1 SPR. Edward would certainly play a hand like King Queen suited in the same way. Would now have essentially a nutted holding. Goes check, check. Both players being cautious. Edward wanted to realize his equity. The spade flush coming in with the 8 on the river. Anson, I believe, would be desperate to get to a showdown here and just hope his opponent doesn't have a 10. Relatively unlikely his opponent has a king, considering the action. Does check. And Edward likely knows his hand is not best. But every once in a while, Anson would have air that he 3-bet, took a stab and then gave up, and ace-queen would be good. As a result, he assumed he had some showdown value. And the pocket 9 scooped the pot. Great news there. Tensions were high in that hand.
You've never seen me that quiet before, have you?
Indeed. And I'll tell you who was the most quiet on the table. Mr. Tony Lin.
Correct.
Was just hoping for some fireworks.
I guess so. Yeah.
We're both 9.
I mean, right?
Let me see when.
It's like, yeah. It's so confusing.
I think Anson was having a little bit of trouble with the biscuits. Working out the bet size. He thought he put in a bet of X. But in fact, he was putting out a bet of Y.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah,
8, 9.
that's hard counting.
Yeah, 10 to 10. Okay.
I
UDG
don't know
97
how much you guys
off.
have.
Yeah, it's
400.
Yeah, I know.
I better just both heads up. I don't know how to count.
That's the best. That's the best reason I've ever heard about folding a hand, because he couldn't count the number of chips that he had.
Tony. Keeping us entertained. Keeping himself entertained, maybe. That's a good way to stay unsteamed. Limped in the small, my Anson with 10-9 off. Ike has a decision. Turn the 7-6 into a bluff from the big. Not this time. We'll take the free flop.
Queen 8-8, 2 diamonds. Actually not a bad flop for Anson. Decides to check. Axton sees a bit of a runner straight and backdoor flush possibility. Decides to check. Turns a 10, which is fantastic for Anson, making second pair and a gut shot straight draw. 93% equity. Checks it. Axton's now picked up a gut shot 9. And apparently 1-9 has already been folded, so there are only 2 outs. Check, check. River is a 4 of hearts. Very inconsequential here. Does not change the board texture. The dynamic is not changed at all. Possibly a very small value bet on the river. The pot isn't exactly big because there's only 3 big blinds in it. Does put in a value bet.
Ike, you have how much as a total? I think it, well,
So they're trying to work out the
maybe a little more even.
chip count of each player. It's actually quite hard to see. And you know, they have such good respect for each other. Happy
Just over
to
12, less than 12.1. Okay, so
count and
12.1, 8.6.
see Edward is summarizing the chip distribution for the table. So great to see. Competitive yet gentlemanly.
There should be just over 34 total.
I don't know you guys how much.
That's one thing I've tried very hard to learn, which is fanning the cards out in a beautiful way. Can never do it smoothly.
You really should divide everything by 10.
Time Traveler Poker. Hello. Hello everyone. Yes, hello back to you.
How much you got?
12.
12? You
11.
11?
Yeah, it adds up. There should be 34 total, so 12, 11, 8, and 3, yeah.
I think I'm easy here, just like a 3.2 million.
A fold without a speech from Tony. King 5 just not worthy of comment, it seems. 7 suited. A mandatory open on the button, four-handed. Gets Ike to fold. And Edward does not seem like he's going to be folding. That's 1 brick. That's 2 bricks. That's 3 bricks. That's 4 bricks. How far up will we go? That's it for now. Ah, just kidding. How about 2 more?
They did announce.
Of course, not a string bet.
Yeah.
1.7.
Big raise, by the way. Taking the spot with ace deuce off. This is what short-handed poker and button versus blind battles are all about.
There you go.
I'll be keeping an eye out for that sizing, by the way. Of course, he went pretty big when he was bluffing with the ace deuce. Wonder if he ends up in the same spot with some nutted or premium hand and goes pretty big as well. We do expect top pros like Edward to be balanced, but of course everybody's human. And when we have access to the cards in the booth, it's always entertaining to try and keep track of that kind of stuff. LFG Edward, says Time Traveler in chat. LFG. Mike Takayama still getting some shoutouts on Facebook, by the way. Huge fan following from his home country of Philippines, no doubt. Absolute legend of the game, out in 5th place.
Relentless, 10-8 suited. So this pattern will continue until Anson picks up a big hand, and then the light 3-bet from the big blind, and then money goes in.
40.
I remember getting short-handed in tournament once. I think it was down to 4-handed or 3-handed. And then somebody on the table exclaimed, "Oh, poker gods, please allow me to run good," implying that this is when it matters to run good. And somebody interjected and said, no. What you need to be saying is, "Oh, poker gods, give me the courage to 3-bet light." That's what short-handed final table poker sometimes comes down to, as we just saw a moment ago from Edward Lamb. Yeah, my apologies.
Remember we talked about vegetables?
That's right.
Isaac Haxton, Ace Jack suited. Only 1 move.
Time Traveler asking who's doing commentary. Well, Time Traveler, instead of patting ourselves on the back, feel free to check the description of the stream. I feel very uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable saying my own name, frankly.
Well, why don't you introduce me and I could introduce you? How about that?
Well, I'm joined by my esteemed friend and colleague, Mr. Stephen Lai from Hong Kong. Frequent collaborator with me here in the booth at the APT. Anything else you'd like me to say? You can whisper it. Just say like handsome devil or something. Men want to be him, women want to be with him.
Thank you, Vidu Singhal, who is my co-commentator for this APT Taipei 2024 series. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you, sir.
Same here. Only 19 days to go. Just kidding. 7.
Nice bluff.
7 more days of
225.
beautiful streams coming your way, guys. Do remember to subscribe or hit like. The algorithm will alert you when we're live. would help us grow the game, this beautiful game in Asia and the world, really. More importantly, keep you abreast when we have our streams on.
Well, I know for sure that people watching this from Taiwan are very happy staying indoors. It's wet and cold out there. There's nothing better than a nice cup of tea and putting our stream on a large flat screen TV. The quality obviously is amazing.
It's like ASMR.
ASMR, yes. And I hope that we are bringing you informative, educational, occasionally, and entertaining commentary from the booth in Taipei.
Edward finding another strong holding. Pocket nines, raising it up.
You did.
2x.
I'm trying to convince them to put your cards on the box so the fans can know what you have.
Let me see, please.
No, put it in the box and then you can see the video.
Pretty fun how Tony and Anson seem so relaxed at such a prestigious, high-stakes stage of the game. No surprise that this man is relaxed. Isaac Haxton
I think the baby
has seen it all, done it all, achieved everything you can in the game, and yet is passionate to come out to the APT, to do it all over again, do what he does best, do what he knows best. Chip leading the super high roller. What a board. 10, 8, 7.
Yeah, thank you.
Ike is going to be fairly pleased with that board pair and a straight draw. Edward goes for pot control. Wants to realize his equity, and the
that
worst
is disgusting
card in the deck hits. A set for Edward. A straight for Ike. The dummy end, for what it's worth. Ike will certainly want to put chips into the middle. Make sure a 6 or a jack or indeed a club doesn't kill too much action. Wow, goes for the trap.
Edward isn't going to check his set here. And we'll get the bad news.
This is one of the reasons Ike might have checked, so that he has no fear of being raised off his straight. Does have the dummy end, as I said, the bottom end of the straight. Edward could certainly have a jack. Raising under the gun. Checking that board. And a great bet by Edward as well.
800.
Does get to charge some hands, and Ike is having none of it. Playing as though he can see his opponent's cards. Wants Edward to pay to draw to a boat. In the old days, this would be called a find out where you're at raise. As poker became more advanced, we realized that's not a good use of your chips. And when Ike does it, this is purely a value raise.
Wow, that was caught so quickly.
Edward essentially trying to draw to those boat outs, completely misses. Does Ike think Edward has the kind of hand he does? A check on the flop, a bet, and then a call of a check raise on the turn. Certainly adds up to a potential jack. Ike does check.
That's such a good check. Really is.
By Ike or
by
Edward?
Ike. Yeah, I think so.
Anytime there's only one card needed, so there's, for instance, 4 to a straight on the board, a lot of people undervalue all the combos that can include that one card, especially short-handed. So with that, fair to say Ike has extended his chip lead. Edward, of course, was the second largest stack. Time Traveler also said in chat, this is exciting. This is indeed exciting. It all started yesterday. 137 players, 27 coming in today. And right before the final table, in fact, the way we broke the final table bubble, Ike found a massive double up to 12 million chips. Here he is leading the pack still with 4 left. I feel like there's a collective effort to fight Ike right now, Steven.
Really?
From the 2 Hong Kong players, Anson and Edward.
No, come on.
Tony is sort of...
Conspiracy.
Nah, it's just a game dynamic. It's pretty standard against a chip leader. Sometimes you have to... It's almost like Nash equilibrium game theory. Work together without working together. But Tony is just sort of biding his time because he's handcuffed. It's the shortest stack. Needs to make something happen. Is being patient. Down to 15 bigs. On the one hand, 15 bigs is plenty, but four-handed. The 2.5 blind burden comes around very, very quickly. Each orbit lasting only 4 hands, of course. $23,000 pay jump. But the difference between 4th place and 1st place is a whopping 180,000 USD.
So after almost an hour of play, who do you fancy to win this whole thing?
Certainly Ike. Chip lead. Of course, the experience and the skill.
I think
I have to say, everybody is doing really well. Tony has adjusted particularly well to the ICM dynamics, his stack size. Edward has been fearless. Anson has been rock solid.
14. Complete. 14. 14.
So that's the answer to the question of Ike's stack, 14 million. Started off the FD with 12. 10 million for Anson. 2.7 for Tony.
Calling from the big blind. Ace-5 off. Let's see the flop.
Perhaps if Ike had been the one opening and not Anson, Tony could have considered a jam. Gave his opponent some respect for that extra early position.
2 million.
Beautiful
Hitting-
flop.
Yes, hitting the top pair.
Easy life.
Happy wife, happy life, happy flop, also happy life. Might get actually a call from Tony, having hit the bottom pair. But I think the lack of backdoor flush redraw is going to be a factor on his mind.
Surely Tony cannot let this hand go yet. I mean, if you call ace-5 and hit a pair. There we have it.
275.
It would be... Well, I was going to say nitty, but it would be like a soul read to fold, right? And there you go. How about peeking into the deck? Seeing you're going to bink the perfect card. Bottom trips now against a top pair, and a clean looking top pair, that too, for Anson. Tony seems to be considering donking. Took a look at his chips and checks, praying for a bet to come his way. And I suspect it will. The board was quite wet on the flop. Jack 9-5, 2 hearts, all kinds of draws possible. It is unlikely for Tony to have a 5 considering the 2 5s on the board. Anson would want to charge all those draws, even get value from 9s and weaker jacks. He's going to commit a huge chunk of Tony's effective 2.2 million stack.
650.
650. That's a third.
And now Tony's decision is, does Tony's image justify jamming here, repping any bluffs? Apparently it does. Says all in. His opponent has a hand that arguably must call, considering that he can afford it. Really unfortunate situation here for Hansen. I don't see how he gets away from it.
He's got a no gamble, no future patch as well. Yeah, see the bad news? Look at that face.
It's not over. 2 outs. One of them seems to be mucked already.
Too bad. That is a full double up. That will bring Tony Lin right into chasing pack.
Not only that, the stack distribution is going to get so narrow. 30 bigs for Tony, 36 left for Hansen. Ike, if I remember correctly, obviously the clear leader, 14 million in chips. There's the trifecta. There's the stacks, like I said. The bottom 3 effectively tied. 7.3, 7.3, and 6.1 million.
So if I remember correctly, Isaac Haxton came into this final table with 12 million in chips. He's actually gained a few, sitting at 14 million right now.
25. 25. I mean, 没有，这5片是 25， 就是这边是最后是多了个25，明白没？
哦 1.85. So it's 25 back. That's why.
25.
Yeah.
Okay, now they've got it sorted. That's not me. That's the tournament director, by the way. I don't wear glasses.
Rolf in chat asking, hey, how much was entry? A clean 10,000 USD, sir. Time Traveler says, watching from Minnesota at 4:20 a.m. I'll ignore the 4:20 part of it, but thank you for sticking around deep into the night here. Or maybe early into the morning, depending on what kind of person you are.
Can you do me a favor? I'm curious, how many entries are there for the Baby Superstar Challenge?
Last I checked, 22.
Which was 2 hours ago.
41 now.
Excellent.
Excellent. 6 places paid. Nice little 120,000 up top there.
Trip saver. A 3-bet from the button. Let's put in 1 million chips.
Nice. Love to see it. I love it when it's the same hands battling each other, just one with more aggression.
And better position.
And position. Let's not forget, Ike is capable of plenty of aggression of his own. Edward has been taking all the spots he can, especially when he has that ace blocker. Ike is just such an astute observer of game flow, but this time he's not able to suss it out. Well
okay,
done, Edward.
Here's a question for you. If Ike had ace 5, what would happen here?
The solver approved 4-bet, of course. $34 million chips in play. Ike has 14 of them.
Yes, I call it the conspiracy combo.
You asked about the Baby Superstar Challenge, Stephen.
Correct.
Some notable names in the mix. Joshua McCulley, APT regular from Australia. Espen Jorstad from Norway.
Oh, he's doing.
Mr. Main Event Champion himself, once again. Enjoying his time at the APT, participating in the high rollers. I'll shout out some familiar names from our event today. Hirokazu Kobayashi from Japan, who's on our feature table. Junhao Wu from Singapore. Look at that, just hop right into it.
Well, I told you there's a shuttle bus.
There's a
leaves
shuttle
every
bus.
half an hour.
You'll enjoy this one. Mikhail Anderson, handsome man from Sweden.
Mr. Anderson.
Did he cash yesterday?
Yes, he did, yeah.
At the Superstar Challenge, there we go. Using his winnings wisely. Santosh Suvarna, the Indian mogul slash MTT superstar these days. Mr. Steve O'Dwyer himself, one of the best in the world along with Ike. Irish. Participating in the APT for the first time, I believe. And look at this, Wayne Hung.
Oh, is Wayne back in? Good lad.
Straight back in.
And Andy as well.
Andy Liu, who looks a lot like Rampage Poker, in case you're wondering who that is. And of course Nevin, it seems like.
It is 11. It is 11.
Taiwanese superstar in the making.
Don't think he played the Super High Roller. Not sure. I'm sure Justin Fairbanks will tell me.
I mentioned how I enjoy when similar hands battle against each other. These are pretty similar. Edward going for the call this time. Suited Jack is easy defense on the big blind.
Flop comes King 8-3. 2 diamonds. No help to either player. Tony will c-bet. That's pretty big c-bet. And got a fold. Oh, sorry, isn't it very big c-bet? It's only 350, so 1.5 big blinds. Apologies. I'm still getting into the rhythm of all these biscuits.
Biscuits.
They seem so big.
So what are the chip denominations? The yellow ones, $250,000.
Correct.
Black biscuits, 100,000.
Also true.
The greens, 25,000, and the blues, 5,000.
King 10 off. Most likely an open from Anson. $400. Paxton folds King 7 off. Like as if he knew he was dominated. Queen 10 off from the big blind.
Sometimes I am convinced they know. They just have a sixth sense after all these years. It's like those monks you hear about. 50 years on a mountain and suddenly they just discover their third eye, sixth sense. Put in enough hours at the poker table, suddenly you know.
Flop comes Jack, Jack 8. King high still good. Tony Lin has picked up a gut shot on a paired up board. Anson checks back. Turn comes a 6 of diamonds. Kind of slightly more favorable towards Tony's range. Wow, that was so on the fence. Kind of slightly.
Maybe teensy weensy, little bitsy.
Apologies, I don't usually talk like that. Check, check. River at 4.
Neither player really fighting for it. Hansen is likely checking behind with hopes of showing it down.
Neither player wants to be the short stack.
Exactly. Bottom 3 stacks are exceedingly close to each other. Ike up top, of course, with 14 million out of the 34 million chips in play.
Tony is utilizing his slightly, occasionally more suitable cards on the board, being the 4 and the 6 and the 8.
I like the sizing. He knows he has to go big to discourage exactly the kind of hands that Anson has, the aces and the kings that would have checked twice in position. He's saying, do you want to make a hero call at this stage? Risk being the short stack, as you just said, Steven. This would be a pretty sweet hero call, by the way. Not this time. Well played by Tony. No longer the shortest stack. And what a masterclass each of these players have put on, each with their own distinct style too. That's what I love about it. Edward has just been super aggressive, making hands such as ace-2, ace-7 really work for him, getting similar hands to fold, and not being afraid of Ike, the big stack. Tony instead has been a bit more picky, was the shortest stack for the longest time, respected the page-ons, the ladder, the ICM a bit. Now, as we saw in the previous spot, making sure he takes the spot when he can to accumulate a few more chips here and there.